all doing today? Space Nerd, Under the Constellations, it is so good to see both of you. I hope you are doing super well. To everyone else who's lurking, I hope you're having a lovely start to your days. Well, start and middle to your days, too. Let's turn those tunes down a little bit. I am super excited for today. Hello, Wolfie. So this is a by Discord's popular demand. Jakista, lovely to see you too. Oh, interesting. I love when my stream deck just doesn't work. Cool. All right, fixed itself. Anyway, we asked, and overwhelmingly, by a spectacular margin, given the choice between even more Silksong and checking out Strange Antiquities, which came out earlier this week, you folks all went to Strange Antiquities. So that's what we are doing today. And I mean, I am also excited for this because we checked out the demo for Strange Antiquities during the last Steam Next Fest, and it was fantastic. It was so charming and so pretty, and so exactly our vibe that I am not at all mad about this. Oh. I was also out mowing my lawn all day, so I am starving, which means we are going to eat on stream. Oh. If the munch crunch gets too annoying, please do say something, because I can mute while munching. I just don't think I'll need to. Anyway. I don't have a lot like new history news stuff because it's only been a day. There's only truly so much that can go wrong in one day, right? Right, guys? Unless if I wasn't paying attention to the channel and just got... Yeah, cool. Nothing exciting blew up on the Discord while I wasn't paying attention. So, we, I think, are going to just hang out and then hop straight on in. Before we do, I do want to thank Sassy Catastrophe and Little Riverbeck for the follows. Hopefully we'll see you guys here in live chat, but I super appreciate it. And also, as a heads up to YouTube chat, YouTube said something went wrong and isn't loading chat. So you can try sending stuff. But there's no guarantee I'll actually see it because it's, yeah. It's not a, like, fixable something went wrong. It's just an, oops, guess chat's down. It's very peculiar. I haven't figured out exactly what the deal is with that. Oh. Don't jinx it. Well, you showed up in OBS. So, whatever, we just simply won't worry about YouTube chat. Like YouTube's control page. Nothing exciting has happened except for your very exciting read-through of Wish on the Holy Night. Yeah, nothing history news has happened on the Discord. Wish on the Holy Night is... You're having a great time with it. Everyone else is having a great time with it. But it's not news. Not like yesterday, where there was news. Hello, Jens. So, let me just finish this. Also, hi Adam, hi chat. Hello. I hope you are doing very lovely. All right. Let's do it. Goodbye to... Hello. Strange Antiquities. Arcanist, hello. KJ's... Oh. We do have save files. We're going to start a new game, though. Because why load our demo when we could start a new game? As a thaumaturge's apprentice, there is a lot to learn. Every object must be treated with care, and it is important to identify the harmful from the harmless, the potent from the mild. It was only supposed to be a temporary arrangement when Eli left the shop. Strange antiquities in my hands. You know, question. What do you think the odds are that the fact that this guy's name is Eli is a reference to Eliphas Levi? Good bet, right? None of us knew that by then the pendulum was already swinging with a terrible certainty that could not be stopped. Oh, okay. Eliphas... It's easier to just wiki crush than to attempt to sum up Eliphas Levi. This man. 19th century French cleric who decided to do a lot. Look, I cease being a Freemason because the Freemasons do not believe in tolerating Catholicism and the absence of Freemasonry. So look, he thought the Freemasons weren't esoteric enough. But yeah, he is effectively a sorcerer, a big person in the promulgation of pseudo-Hebraic, like, sorceress shenanigans. The Sephiroth and Tarot are both as, like, specifically occult things, are both popularized by Levi. He did so much. He did so much. Staunch believer, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn is heavily influenced by him. A lot of random crap is extremely based on his work. He is an unbelievably bad sorcerer. Well, yeah. Point being. When did that stop someone? Golden Dawn, Theosophist, all sorts of stuff starts with him. The modern image of Baphomet. Right! I forgot that that was Levi. I completely forgot about that. He was a busy guy. Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to see. How bad can we get things? I guess Arcanist, do you know? How did Eliphas Levi intersect with the Dictionnaire Infernal? Because, right, he's at the same time as Louis Le Breton's illustrations of the Dictionnaire Infernal, which is where a lot of the rest of our iconography of demons, especially in Shin Megami Tensei, comes from. But I can't find a link. So, yeah. He only wasn't all that it all stands for like 2 super popular books, Well, fair enough. And then him taking the cult or the structure of Freemason lodges and then using them to do other stuff. Yeah, so Math, did you know that Belphegor sitting on a toilet is actually from a 19th century French demonological text? Incredible, right? It's very funny. Dictionary Infernal's continuity with Veyor Agrippa and Albertus Magnus. Fair enough, so kind of a different school that later people showing up. You arrive to Demon sitting on the toilet. Look, you arrive to Eliphas Levy, and whenever we have a topic of Eliphas Levy, we things go silly. This is why I have to take 15 minutes to explain these streams to my coworkers / appreciative. I love that for us. You been reading some Ronald Hutton lately? Excellent. Look, if you can only pick one academic to read for magic, seriously, especially in Anglo-American tradition, like, Ronald Hutton is the guy. I would not recommend ever only reading one academic, but if you can only read one, he is the guy. The ravens were an omen, a circling unkindness of black wings and cheerless cries that seemed, even then, to signal the start of a rising dread. Okay, fine. As we had multiple people come in, before we actually get started, I'll find the dang picture. This is the 1863 edition. Oh fuck yeah. Look at how rad these are. Strangely enough, the Dictionnaire Infernal has basically nothing to do with French fractalism. Wild. The Witch's Sabbath. It is literally a dictionary, which means we just have to kind of flip over to the B. No, you skipped too far. Now you're in C. Belphegor, where are you? Bourbon. You see there's an awful lot of illustrations. There. Ben. There he is. There he is. See? Belphegor just hanging out. He's not having a very pleasant time. But he is just hanging out. Really, Veyor wrote the Pseudo-Monarchia because he thought the Solomonic tradition was kind of silly and didn't think anyone should use it. I think that's hilarious. Anyway, hi Shop Kitty. Look, it's important. Listen to him rumble. Listen to the rumbly kitty. Eli White. I have been called away to assist in an urgent matter in Ravenglass and must leave at once. I am leaving the shop in your care, with some reluctance, I might add. Make use of my reference materials. Here, take this. There's an index in the back that may be useful to you. If in doubt, study it carefully. And remember, there are some powerful artifacts here. Under no circumstances should you seek entry to any locked doors, drawers, or cupboards. In fact, it's safest not to touch anything at all. I should be back in a few days. Strange Artifacts, a guide to occult objects by T.S. Gill. An ecumenical is a receptacle, commonly featuring a memento mori, a memento mori, a reminder of death. Touch everything. Exactly right, Ivan. Touch everything. A memory cannot reside in both the mind and the ecumenical at the same time, and it cannot be stored indefinitely. When a memory has been left for long periods, it can begin to emit unpleasant vapors. An empty ecumenical, on the other hand, has an ominous presence, pulling at the threads of one's mind. Oh, good. Good. So you can put a memory in it in order to make sure you will not remember it, but the thing will. Blackheart, Blencathra, Blood, Bronze, Cernunnos. Yeah, definitely other way around. Known as the Eyes of the Forest, these ancient artifacts enable one to enter the minds of lesser creatures. It is alleged that Cernunnos himself wielded an eye. Cool. The name Voice of Cernunnos is used to refer to any bronze torque that has certain imbued properties. With skills, such an item can be used to read patterns of nature that are otherwise hidden to us. Cernunnos is a pagan god of the forest and nature, typically depicted as a man with the antlers of a stag, and often wearing or holding a torque. Dodge everything and embrace the chaos. Wahahaha. So, fun fact. Me at their description of Cernunnos. I suppose technically pagan, I guess. Gaulish. He's a Gaulish god. Of mercantilism. Hence why he's showing the most visible display of wealth in Gaulish and Germanic culture, the arm ring or neck ring. This particular iteration is based on the Gundestrup Cauldron, right? This depiction of him is just taken from the Gundestrup Cauldron, which that relevant panel is Lord of Animals, is what these days we refer to it to, because we don't actually have any way to demonstrate that that is Cernunnos. Pretty sure the story of the Wizard's Apprentice advises against touching everything. Pretty sure the story of the Wizard's Apprentice says skill issue. Just don't take a nap while the brooms do all the work. So, Pan? Meh. Show me the Lord of Animals print. The Gundestrup Cauldron was originally made in Thrace, The silver originates from Thracia, and the styling on his clothing seems to be Thracian. But it was found in Denmark. And it was made in the 1st century-ish BC. So, Roman Iron Age. It's super strange. It's very hard to interpret because it is, right? In linguistics, you know, there's a term called a haplex legonomon, which is like a word that appears once and otherwise never appears again in the corpus. This is basically that, but for visual iconography. This guy is out of place and completely unique among both potential places it could have originated from. God of the Wild with Horns seems pan-ish to you, right? But he doesn't have the goat legs. He doesn't have the pan flute. He doesn't seem to have associations with madness, pandemonium, and he doesn't die. He's notably not dead. Which makes it very hard to say that there's anything, given that that is the sum total of things that are important about Pan. Where you have actually very little systematic overlap. So apart from the vibes that seem kind of maybe Pan-ish, question mark? But right, you can see the sitting cross-legged with the torque and the snake. Sitting cross-legged with the snake and the torque. And the horns. So, that's super heavily, like, this is one of the main primary sources that this game is drawing on for this. And it used to be super duper common to say that this is Cernunnos. And you'll still see in, like, Wicca and some neo-pagan texts that they'll assert that this is Cernunnos. But academics no longer do that because we can't actually demonstrate that in any sort of systematic way. Huh. Well, we should probably actually do something here, shouldn't we? The Thaumaturge. Eli White. Eli is a thaumaturge, a collector and curator of powerful objects. Objects that, to the untrained eye, may appear dull and lifeless, but that in the right hands and armed with the right knowledge can be a gateway to so much more. For Eli, the quest to unearth and understand each new object has been the driving force of his adult life. As owner of Strange Antiquities, Eli is a stern master. He knows firsthand what can happen if the right precautions are not taken. He doesn't tend to show much emotion, but he does have a more tender side. A side that is mostly reserved for the store's cat, Jupiter. Jupiter is the thaumaturge's cat. Or, more accurately, Eli is Jupiter's thaumaturge. Jupiter found strange antiquities, perhaps drawn to the curiosities within, and made it his home. Eli was more than happy to accommodate him, but he learned early on that Jupiter was his own master. His business is his own, but it largely consists of regular naps, terrorizing rodents, and midnight explorations of Undermere and beyond. What he does on his excursions is a mystery, but he seems to be well known among the town's residents. You have a picture of the Gundestrup Cauldron. It was on display at National Museum. It still is on display at National Museum, unless they pulled it off you in the last year. I've mostly seen the replica at Morsgård Museum, because, amazingly, studying in Aarhus means it was easier to get to Morsgård than it was to get to Copenhagen. At least this thaumaturge seems to have a better head on his shoulders than Victor. This is true. This is true. Reminds you need to play Thaumaturge. Might be a good game for spooky season. Great game for spooky season. Hell yeah. Oh, you're only... Neat. Congratulations. Today's the day you meet the great Thomas Pope. That's me. I'm a man of two loves, fresh mountain air and a little white dog called Hamish. Both offers some room for laughter among friends and shops with cats in them. If you'd be so kind, I'm looking for a replacement for my hunter's boon. Okie dokie. Hunter's Boon. A Hunter's Boon is a primitive item. They grant the power of the predator, enhancing perception and agility. They're taken from trophies taken from slain beasts, with those of the deadliest predators being the most prized. They are simple items without embellishment. Hey, look. It's sympathetic animism. Yellowy brown, yellowy white color. Sense of touch. Smooth, but with high ridges. And smooth. Sensation of power. Nice. Ooh, I've been meaning to check out Banisher's Ghost of New Eden. How is it? This is a tiger's tooth, a trophy from a predator. On close inspection, it gives a sensation of power. And we got a Selenic totem. Book content discovered. And labels the items while inspecting them using that. But yeah, some hilariously out of place 17th century New England shows. The nights are drawing in again. Dark shadows hide dark deeds, or so my father always used to say. Seems like the shadows have grown darker since he passed 2 winters ago. A creeping dark is set up in my house. I'm told a shadow hold will draw it out. To our book. You must forgive me, I'm very new here. A shadow hold, or Oshadic vessel, is a container of any kind, sometimes a jar, a bottle, or some sort of box. It can be used to contain an Oshadic spirit, the manifestation known as creeping dark, pulling it from the shadows like poison from the wound. They are decorated with an elaborate design called a shadow catcher. Cork, clay. Spongy. These markings have been carved in. Pungent. Nothing to remark. Tolkien? Right, I was thinking, yeah, more of like a witch bottle. Container of some kind and the same as the sketch. How many demons have we dealt with yet? We just gave someone a bottle in order to stick a creeping dark evil spirit inside. Who's up next? What's with all these ravens flying about Undermere today? I can't remember ever seeing anything like it. Not a good day to be the sort who believes in dark omens. A letter for you. We discovered some papers in the hidden desk drawer in the boatyard last night. Mr. Jones almost threw them in the fire pit, but I have to take a look at them first. That man does like to burn things. They look old. Maybe there's nothing much use here, but I thought of you when I came across an entry on the Shin. Charlie Weathers. Okay then. Stanley Hume. I want an Ossic ring. Ossic. That's a pleasing word to hold on the tongue. Cool. Cool. These somewhat macabre objects were originally made as Banishers opens with a content warning saying that it takes place at a time when people were known for their proverbial intolerance, which is really funny because they weren't proverbially intolerant in 18th century New England. They were just intolerant. Very plain. Yeah. You know, famously tolerant people, the Puritans. Hello. Bree sent you? This makes so much sense. Bree is lovely. And so glad she sent you over. As the introduction, if you she did I don't know how much she told you, but like I'm a museum curator as my day job. So if you like hanging out, talking history, and good cozy vibes, this is a good place for you. And sometimes making fun of games. She said you're a medieval historian. Yeah, my academic background was medieval Scandinavia. These days I work in a museum, which means I unfortunately have to pay attention to the 20th century. A moment of silence for the having to pay attention to the 20th century. But yeah. We're just talking about Kernanos, because Kernanos appears in this game. That's hard to come by now, but they're slap for their ability to keep Vermin at bay. Oh good, so they hiss. So Karen is presumably a Gaulish god of commerce with some questionable association with the wilds. Does that make him a god of itinerant merchants, or are you off base? The problem is that we have like one inscription to base any significant interpretation on. So we're working with an extremely limited amount of epigraphic materials. And, yeah. That makes it tricky. Cool. It's made of bones. And it's evil. The only things you're saying on Corsian look pretty modern. Yeah, she's not an ancient goddess by any metric. I guess that makes sense that an Osset ring is made of bones. I guess that makes sense. That is the Latin word for bones. It's inconclusive, and I don't know enough to say confidently for any conclusions. The behavior of these ravens is disturbing, to say the least. As a rule, they only come together to feed. Ravens are omnivores, carrion eaters mostly, but they'll take anything they can get their talons into. And they'll kill, if necessary. I didn't plan on dropping in today, but there's something happening out there, and I'd like to know what. The voice of Kernunos might help put me at ease. Or it might do the opposite. Okay, you must understand, I'm very new at this. Bronze Torque. Great. Bronze. I have a bronze torque. The behavior of these birds is disturbing. Albert Hitchcock, 1963. True. More book content. We just got a bunch more people. Okay, we got one more people. The ornithologist, Edmund Bishop. The 14th Lord of Gleeston Castle is a man of wealth and privilege, like the 13 before him. He is a man who would be easy to despise, as his father was, but he is well loved by those who know him. Now retired, he was a professor of ancient languages at the University of Cumbria, but his real passion is birds. His students learned to divert particularly dense lectures on Latin declension by asking about local owl species, or by quizzing the professor on increasingly exotic bird calls, and was only too happy to oblige, spending hours recounting stories of his adventures in Africa and Aotearoa. The black mare thundered through the icy rain, shining wet in the silver moonlight. Her cloaked rider was exhausted, cold, and soaked to the bone. He knew he would not survive the night if he did not reach Backbarrow. Why is everything made of bones evil in fiction? That's not fair. There are pretty and good things that are made out of bone too. I mean, I agree with you. There are very nice things made out of bone, and antler, and horn, because it's a very nice and pleasant, like, workable material. But also, a large part of the association, is in some way, how to say this? An idea that does genuinely exist in pre-modern magical systems that does, kind of get co-opted and rebrought in pagan revival circles, is the idea. I mentioned, I guess, the term sympathetic animism, right? But the idea that some piece of an animal is imbued with that animal's spirit or will, and that you can utilize that in order to give yourself those properties, right? It's also sometimes called totemic beliefs, because it's the small piece is called a totem. And so something that is killed violently, or that is imbued with malice in the crafting, well, the symbol, the totem, will retain that malice. Or that pain, versus something that is given more willingly, or that is prepared in the proper ritual ways. Now this dude also brings in, I blame Protestantism, half joking, fully serious, because I think blaming Protestantism for the general spookiness of bones that Catholicism is completely okay with is super valid. Oh boy. Why do I have shackles? Why did we pull up shackles? An escaped prisoner ran northwest. He hid me in the first building he came to. Cool. In terms of the early risks on the pagan revival, someone's just starting their PhD in Edinburgh on the reception of medieval Irish texts in the Celtic revival. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Emmett, I told you already. I found out where winged helmets come into in Viking revival stuff, right? That frickin' ocean. I'm still mad. I'm still so angry about that. So, chat. Now that also, Emmett, I need Kernino, like elaboration on our source records for Kerninos. This dude, thank you so much, for the gift sub, to Emmett, to Watcher. I'll leave that there while I'm pulling up, some stuff for winged helmets. Generally, we know either a little, very little, or some of a bit. Incredible. Alright. While that's typing and going around, quick diversion. The ambient music is so lovely, right? So, winged helmets. We hear winged helmets, and we think justifiably Wagner. But the thing is, Wagner did not come up with it, and Karl Emil Deppler did not come up with it, popularized it, but winged helmets in particular, not horned, winged, shows up, shows up quite a bit earlier. You might look at, what is it? Vikinger landing in America? It's like a 19th century painting. It's 1851? Emanuel Leutz. There we are. Die Landung der Wikinger in America. By Emanuel Leutz in 1851. Notably, there's a winged helmet. Right? Super definitely there. So, Wagner's in the 1880s, so, like, clearly not there. As it turns out, at the end of the day, where it seems to get borrowed from is from fucking this guy. Is from this motherfucker. James McPherson, who is best known for forging, making up an entire cycle of Irish heroic poetry. Fully inventing one and saying, oh yeah, I discovered and translated it. I definitely didn't compose it. Nope, no sorry, no way. No, definitely not. Published beginning in the 1760s. And so, yeah. From the how he describes Fingal in his made-up fake Celtic poetry is where the winged helmet comes from, and by the 1790s it jumps from Celtic to Viking. Nuts, right? So fucking funny. Pillar of the Boatman, also let's... Pillar of the Boatman. This really isn't that similar to the Pillar of the Boatman. Also, by the way, hi Hype Train. Whoever subscribed to give us that Hype Train, I super duper appreciate it. I do want to remind everyone that we are still in September, and that means gift subs are discounted. So if you've been meaning to throw some love at us, this is a fantastic time to do so. Also, it looks like the Pillar of the Boatman's depiction is damaged. So you don't. He has cow's horns instead of deer antlers. Looks like, and torques hanging off of it, and past that there's some significant damage on the inscription. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. We do have an 18th century sketch that has the more intact antlers on the full name. Great. I love when we have 18th century guys. Okay. Luckily, we already talked about the Gundestrup cauldron, so between the two of them, that gives us most of our source record for that. Yippee! Anyway, where are we? Right. Actually playing the game. Verona Green. Oh, well, that's just perfect. Undermere fizzing with fear onto these ravens, and the thaumaturge has left his apprentice in charge. Sorry, my dear, that was rude. Pay no attention to me, I'm an old lady who got out of the wrong side of the bed. These ravens have got under my skin is all. Please do let Eli know that I was looking for him next time you see him, and pass on my thanks for letting me borrow his copy of Hermetic Symbology. Oh boy! Oh boy! The Thaumic disciplines. Most of this is made up. But Hermeticism. Selenic, Dradic, Mentic, Wixic. Wixic is a fun word. Imbuements, elements, materials, the mundane elements, you know, bismuth, famously mundane. The seasons, the weather, Wicca, just fully Wicca. Thanks, Quentin. Tess Sherwood. You feel paralyzed? I have no job, no partner, no friends, no prospects. I heard a horn shackle might be the answer. Cat. Alright, one horn shackle coming right up. Horn shackles are used to bring about change in one's life, bestowing the ability to overcome personal demons. In use, the horns are rubbed between one's fingers, causing them to become worn smooth over the years. They can be worn as pendants, but are most commonly totems of some kind. Alright, so something with horns, where the horns have been worn smooth. Wood? A sense of touch? This part feels smooth. It's rough and pitted. Well, that seems promising then. Identified. Yeah. And we got a new book content. Yep, touch pieces. I love touch pieces. I love big monumental touch pieces that are usually go pet the dog. And so you have the bright shiny bronze dog. At least the weather's looking a little better out there today. Oh, thanks, Postmaster. Good day. You might be interested to hear that my plow overturned a strange-looking object yesterday. Come to the farm and it's yours, for the right price, of course. Kind regards, John Royston. Like a worry stone? It's not a worry stone. But it was a worry stone that has actual effective power. Or effective power. Oh boy. Gee, isn't this a familiar experience? So... Welcome to living in somewhere with a rich and perpetual material culture. Right? Long history of human habitation. Plows overturning finds is such a common story, especially in the British Isles, especially for like Viking and Roman material. So much a thing, and right, back in the day, right, this is, when we're talking about antiquarians, we're looking like 18th, 19th century, before the establishment of a lot of the modern regulations, and the academic fields of study that turn antiquarians into, you know, modern archaeologists. Which means you have these mix of private collectors, university-educated, university professors with private collections, and institutions, all, coming and, right, farmers will come up with stuff, and they will go out, and they will purchase it. And the context for it will be almost completely lost. There will be no systematic investigation. And so you'll get high-status finds that are just kind of turned up in a field. Your old school actually had that happen when they were building a new building. Turns out the site they wanted to build on was hiding the remains of a Roman village underneath. See? It happens. No, why did you have to see this, stream right as you're going to bed? No! I'm sorry, we do stream every weekend at about this time. Saturdays and Sundays. But the VOD will be here. Please do take care of yourself. It's lovely you stopped by. But the VOD will be here whenever you are awake. And not, about to go to bed. Dan Olsen's footprint video. Really good example. Really fun video. Thoroughly recommend. Right, so this happens all the time. Actually, the town of Royston it's just south of Cambridge, and has like a Neolithic flint mine that was turned into a chapel. Really fun town. And yeah. Those things found out in a nearby field is a norm? Exactly. It's common lots everywhere. We just happen to be in the British Isles, and I happen to have spent a decent amount of time in the British Isles, so I can speak of it a little bit better. But right, these days there's all sorts of salvage laws, and rules about detectorists. So if you turn something up, or if you go metal detecting and you go find something, you actually have a lot of regulations around what you are and are not supposed to do. You sometimes don't do that, but there at least is on paper something, a correct process for this. In the period the game is ostensibly set in, definitely not. And so we would absolutely just kind of go out and go find something. Oh boy. Alright, Julia Brad. Ah, Jupiter, we meet again. Our paths crossed late last night on Princess Street. We shared a moment before he slunk off into the dark. On important business, no doubt. I wonder if you can help me. I'm visiting my grandmother later and I wanted to bring her something. She lives all alone on the edge of town out on Clambrook Road. I don't always manage to get out there as often as I'd like. I thought maybe a moon heart would bring her some comfort. Oh my god, you guys are making me jealous. I always want to find something ancient in your local neighborhood. I mean, depending on where you are, ancient may not be so plausible. What year is this supposed to be? Vaguely Victorian. right? If you're content with not so ancient, Elin, my dad and my granddad literally pulled this out of their garden when my dad was a kid. Like, it's a 2.5 cent company script token. We still haven't figured out exactly what company it was for. We have the name, but apart from saying that these are two very prominent families in the county, we weren't able to really figure out what else was passed there. But yeah, it's a little pewter token worth 2.5 cents at the company store. So, you know, you may not find super duper ancient stuff, but if you're okay with stuff from the early 20th century, you got a pretty good chance, no matter where you live. They were in Wisconsin, so, you know. Anyway, Moonheart. Yeah. These carved totems, more commonly known as moonhearts, can be imbued with a sentiment or feeling, such as love or joy, then held tightly to recall the same feeling. Logging most likely? Nope, not in southwestern Wisconsin. Good for something trade. Good for L and N trade. This is actually, this may be for a general store. L and K trade? No, that's clearly an N. Interesting. So they sometimes feature crescent shapes associated with both the Selenic and Noctic disciplines. Indeed, the form of the item itself will often have a connection to either the moon or the night. Cool. Cool. Polished. Light-colored wood. Nothing to remark. I'm overcome by a warm, loving emotion. That one's looking far and away the most popular? Or the most... That seems prominent. Probable. Owl. And Holgen Grimm. Good owl. What a good owl. Southeast Asia? This is you're struggling to sleep? I completely understand. And fully respect the struggling to sleep. As long as you're here, as long as the insomnia is here, we'll be here. Murder has been a constant in Undermere for as long as the streets have had cobblestones and the churches have had bell towers. She is respected and feared, which she revels in, and she is revered and admired, which she tolerates. Her knowledge of the occult world is second to none, and her expertise has steered the citizens of Undermere away from catastrophe on more than one occasion. The near misses of the Selenic Flame and the Woken Dendru are two such events that spring to mind. She's of the opinion that no problem is so great, no obstacle so insurmountable, that it can't be diminished by a properly brewed pot of tea. Based. How much is left in here? None. Well, there may have to be a second pot brewed here before we're done with the stream. In that case. Daisy Winters. A friend of mine, or former friend I should say, has been stealing jewelry from me. 3 necklaces have gone missing over the past few weeks, including one that was a gift from my late grandmother. Hey, what's up? How's the game? Game's lovely. We've been yelling about, occultism. Cananos. All sorts of stuff. Do you have a suitable pendant that I can leave lying out for her to find that will teach her a lesson and make sure it never happens again? I will need to make a choice here. There are no wrong answers, but my decision will no doubt affect the events in motion outside my shop. What are the options? A binding seed or a Zaya? Option 1. These items are made of two distinct materials representing the mentic and the wixic, the mind and the body. The winding path, the mind, is described by a spiral encompassing the body, the seed. Oh boy. A binding seed is a form of punishment that amplifies feelings of guilt and shame. Oh boy, it's a labyrinth. The U Labyrinth at Castle Morrigan, a larger-than-life binding seed. Oh boy. Meditative ritual practice of walking around a labyrinth. Warned about the neck to place them close to the heart, these innocent-looking items instill a sense of fear and paranoia. They can be difficult to remove. Zayas are made of any single material except wood or clay. They typically have no symbol or other writings upon their surface. Hey chat. Twitch chat. You guys get to vote. YouTube chat, I'm sorry. I don't think I can do a poll easily here. Get your votes in. Oh, well, chat, I see what, yeah, I understand. Methinks I will, if anyone wants to really make someone have a bad time. Now I just have to find the binding seed. It's this one, isn't it? You, stone. Rough and gnarled, I don't like how this makes me feel. I'd say the poll's pretty overwhelming. She says to teach a lesson, not put the fear of God in the thief. Yeah, well. A binding seed. A shield charm. Next up, Emmett Burrows. They found a man just now in that house where all them ravens were. I wish I hadn't seen, but I did. He was sheet white, but it was his eyes that are going to give me nightmares. All black they were. It was like you weren't there anymore. Oh, I don't need to wait around for another shine. I'll be taking my family to Sedberg, and I'll be taking a Libula to see you safely through. Okie dokie. Yay, everyone agreed that we shan't do that to them like that. Libuli are purported to offer reassurance in times of upheaval and change, but they are not held in high regard by most scholars of the occult. That being said, an imbuement of wisdom shows that a libula is not merely decorative. There is power in symbology, as the old thaumaturges knew well. Tell me, what is the imbuement of wisdom? Imbuement. Wisdom is the crown shape. Bronze. With nice detailing. Nothing particularly thrilling there, but that is the... There you go. We got a witch's fingers. Yay, book content. Yay. Oh. We might need scales if we're not careful. That's deliciously tactile, by the way. Just absolutely fabulous. Listen to that squeakiness. That's good game feel right there. End of day 2. A deep pain radiated down the side of the rider's head where he had sliced himself with a diverging hook, and his thoughts were scattered and torn. He could not see out of his left eye. Huh? Huh? There's more to the shop I haven't explored yet. I should take a look around. Oh right, there's bits here. Mind you, I stored a couple of items in the cellar of the wine merchant next door. Ophthalmic fields. All ophthalmic objects produce a field of sorts. Although invisible to the naked eye, they can be observed by placing an object over a ophthalmic lens. These fields are not fully understood despite attempts to study them over the years. That has an imbuement of some flavor in it. Look at the symbol on it. Oh, hello. Oh. Oh. Oh, there's all sorts of places I can go. Well, I could spend all sorts of time doing all sorts of stuff here, huh? Bronze and iron. Somewhat painful because it's spiky. Well. There's a bunch more. Yep. There's more pieces over here. We could spend all sorts of time just poking around here to see what we've got, huh? Oh dear. Jean grins as I struggle to hide my obvious interest in the item he shows me, and he hopes he might not be fully aware of its value. Quickly evaporates after a lengthy negotiation. I reluctantly hand over the amount he originally asked for. Oh. Quite. Indeed. There was another letter too. The boatyards? The yard has seen better days. A mess of broken and rotted timber covers most of the outdoor space that isn't taken up by upturned boats, slowly being claimed by the weeds. In the midst of all of this, a man looks up from repairing a small rowing boat. "You must be from strange Antiquities," says with a smile. He takes me into the dilapidated office where 2 metal buckets collect drips of brown water and a thin window pane rattles with every footsteps. He pulls a sheaf of brown papers out of the desk and places them gently in my hands. Nice. Bunch of book content. Apparently as an afterthought, and somewhat reluctantly, the man gives me something else as I'm leaving. I have no use for it. Don't even know what it's for. Oh boy. How much time, chat? Quick straw poll, rather than an actual poll. We got a burp. Um, should we spend a little bit of time trying to figure out some details about all of these things? Or should we wait until they actually, like, turn up? Until they actually start to matter? Details! Oh boy. Details. Oh, we should for sure take some time. Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Well, let's start at the top then. Heck. An ecumenical features a memento mori. So, a memento mori and an ominous presence on our inner perception. Do we have anything that has a memento mori obviously on it? Has an energy. There's the dead hand. Yeah, maybe. I would expect it to have, yeah. I might also expect there to be like something of a I don't think any of those qualify. A sense of foreboding. I don't think any of these are quite right. We'll hit that with the question mark in absence of a better choice. I can use shift to bring up a magnifying glass. Fabulous. I understand my priorities. That's right. We've got zoomed in HD. Pet the cat. I don't think I have a thermic lens yet. Kind of the annoying part. Let's get you out of here. Thank you. Heck, my buttons are wrong. Ares Remnant. Induced synesthesia. Huh. That and that are very similar to each other. You'd stop by a store more often just for the pet? I completely understand. I'd say we don't have any of those. Heck. One of these days I will hit the right buttons. Key is designed to be hidden from prying eyes when activated by moving Gemstones of the Night power the concealment charm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, none of these seem to quite be going quite right. We've got the gemstones there. But I guess what other ones use gemstones? Index. Harry's Revenant Ethereal Key Sunbond. We may just not have all the information we need to actually look at some stuff. So, instead of trying to worry too much about identifying any particular things, I will instead say something of, like, how would we identify it if we didn't have a convenient book with easy stuff? Right, so this is actually kind of my job. Oh, hang on, Francesca Robinson. Good afternoon. No, morning. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I'm Francesca Robertson, a doctor of sorts. I assume you've heard about Mr. Hungerford? That seems to be the talk of the town already. They used to deal with maladies of an occult nature, but black eyes are certainly unusual. I've heard of something like this before, but I don't see how it could be the same thing. Either way, I'm hopeful an evocant will have some effect. So. How? Oh, dang it. Hit the correct buttons, please. These stone items weigh the same as a man's heart, according to popular myth. The truth is less dramatic, but the weight of these items is nevertheless important, and should not stray more than a hair from precisely 1 pound. Well... That's not it. That's obviously not it. Nope. 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 Definitely nope. So, how do we identify stuff? As I'm clicking around here, doing all sorts of stuff. Right, when I'm in my day job and I'm actually working with an object, there's a few different things that I might look at when I'm trying to learn more about an object. Either identify it, figure out what it was used for. Right, let's just use this as an example. Right, we have this guy on the desk, and we're trying to figure out what the heck is it used for. There's kind of 3 different types of resources I could use to do that. Does anyone know what one of those 3 kinds might be? I'll give you the first one. It's the thing itself. Right? The thing itself will matter. Right? How is it decorated? Are there signs of wear and tear on it? What is its shape? Are there signs that it was repaired? If there's something with a mirror on it, well, that means something. Right? All of that will matter. When you say primary illustrations and descriptions, can you elaborate on what you mean by primary in this context? Because there's several different flavors of what might count as a primary resource when we're working with objects. And they're not all equally... Breaking them down as primary, secondary is actually not that useful. right? So in this particular case, we say, hey, there's a there's a pattern painted on it, potentially out of blood? Unclear. Material unclear, but you can see there's a carved spiral shape in the stone. There's a shallow potentially some shallow groove carved in it, and then that is filled in with red paint. Interpretation. We also know that this is pretty precisely 1 pound. So interpretation-wise, we can almost definitely say that this is magical in some way, shape, or form. Though what exactly that is. I mean, suppose it means sources that are written or drawn in the era they were used by people who we can assume would be using them. Fair enough. Right, I would count that as external research. Right? Because both what academics, right, what pure history would consider both primary and secondary sources within an object-based system, we can just say is external research. That's not something you have information on hand about. That's something you have to actually go out and look for. Right? It's not implicit within the object itself. And then the last type are sort of materials directly related to the object. In a museum, there's a fancy schmancy word that we like to call provenance, which is the history of ownership of the object. If you were an archaeologist, you might instead look at a site report. Right. Which will tell you the context in which the object was found, when the excavation occurred, what other finds there were, and basically let you understand, even if you're finding this in a box somewhere, how is it originally discovered? That's directly related to this object, and therefore is something that the owning institution can be reasonably assumed to have. Or you have to go and you have to do some research in order to discover more things about the object. I had a quiet chat with Edmund Bishop in the Guilty Ram last night. He's always got an interesting story to tell, but last night he was different. I can tell he's worried, which has got me worried too. I know it's not much, but I'd like a shield charm all the same. Shield charm. Generic charms of protection have little to offer the skill thaumaturge, but can have some small effect, and no Shattuck Spirit or a Wandering Shroud would not abide them, for example. Such charms would make use of the art of symbology, an ancient and some would say primitive component of thaumaturgy. They can be made from a variety of materials, though rarely precious metals. Great. Cool. Looks like we're probably looking for the intersecting boxes. I would say we are probably looking for the intersecting boxes motive. Like, say, that one. Like, say, that. Symbology go burr. Oh good, St. John's Anvil. Who's up next? Hugh Langston. There's something I wanted to show you. I didn't like the look of it, so I left it where I found it. What if it's cursed? Good choice. You leave it where you found it. Firstly, because, we're professionals. Hang behind an old shed all overgrown with ivy. Let me draw a quick map for you. Well, thank you. Okay, so standard trees, a church, and presumably some sort of lake. Where's the church? There's the church. The shed is actually a wooden summer house that looks out over the pond, but it's clear that it hasn't been used in some time. Thick brambles claw their way up and over one side of the structure, and the ivy covers the rest in a mottled green cloak. I find what I'm looking for to the rear. Parts of the ivy have been torn away recently, revealing an amulet hanging from a rusted nail. Something else catches my eye as I reach for it. I notice that there's another pendant hanging next to it, almost completely hidden by the ivory. Nice. What are these things? Couldn't tell ya. Looks like probably, okay, gold and silver. Warm and vibrating with energy. And this one? Looks like an potentially an amber or a topaz? Warmer than what I would expect. Nothing interesting there. That could be a sunstone. Oh good, Verona. Verona, what's up? Eli has picked a bad time to leave Undermere. I've come from the Hungerford house where I've been helping Dr. Robertson and looking for any clues about what happened there. Hello, Hino. How are you doing? There wasn't much to go on. I did find a shattered Oshadic vessel, but whatever did this was no creeping dark. We just gave that to him. There was a strange black stain on the flagstone floor that I didn't like the look of. The ravens, very unusual, but at least they seem to have dispersed. I don't know what to make of it. I'm going to take a trip to Gleaston Castle to see if Edmund Bishop can shed any light on their behavior. But first, I would like a vestiger. Whatever this is, we don't want it spreading. Huh. A vestiger, you say? We used to prevent the spread of disease and other pestilence. Among other oddities, flames burn pale blue in their presence. How? I wonder how exactly we want this to work. Whoop. Whoa. I found it. Whoa, look at that effect. That's fun. Have fun. A Moonstone Guardian, for the banishment of Hobbs' fear and Noctic sight. Who did we get this day? The Doctor, Francesca Robertson. Growing up, Francesca's father was her hero. When he died suddenly and tragically in a mysterious incident, nobody seemed able or willing to give her the answers she demanded, as she grew tired of being fed the same stories that she knew not to be true. As she entered adulthood, she learned how to find things out for herself, and what she learned opened her mind to a world she hadn't known existed. A world of occult maladies and dark articles. She learned about Tormund's paralysis, Hobbs' fear, and the Sapphire Curse. And she learned these maladies could be cured. There's nothing else super important in there, right? Great. Awesome. Love that for us. Oh, right. I should go... Where are we? Strange Antiquities. Where is here? There's strange horticulture. 29. The proprietor, Mrs. Cranmer, begrudgingly grants access to the cellar when explained that I'm from Strange Antiquities next door. Yes, well, take the lot of them out of here, would you? I can't say no to Eli after all he's done for me, but I don't like the thought of those unnaturals in my cellar. God, there's so much stuff here. Oh boy. Well, we've done that, we've done that, we've done that, we've done that. So we'll just shove all of those into a cabinet. We don't really know what to do about that, because we don't have a lens yet. And end day. 2 days earlier, the writer and his fellow adventurer were deep underground, exploring the tunnels below the Kirkhead Tower, when they made a discovery. Their elation at their find would soon turn to horror. Oh, that's a key. Oh boy. I assumed it was referring to a curse wherein your skin turns blue. After a disagreement between two houses, I was buried behind lock and key. Oh. Oh, these are locations. Oh, these are locations of more items. Oh, heck. Where is lock and key? Lock house. 7. Unclear. Is there a key? Huh. I think it's there. A large flat slab of granite marks the otherwise empty field. It bears an inscription. On this spot in the year 1813, Arthur Key did shoot and kill the beloved horse of Wellington Lock. Buried at the foot of the slab, I find an unlocked chest containing a handful of legal documents, as well as a pistol and another item that catches my attention. Well, we engage a light spot of memento robbing. Escaped prisoner ran northwest. So where's the jail? The old jail. Number 10. Number 10 is there. Ran northwest, hit me in the first building. Oh. Oh. So boshing that actually causes problems. So that's the old jail. Is there a new jail? Is there a different jail? Library, there's us, the Royston Farm, the Quarry Yard, the Eye. Well, it can't be the Eye because if you ran maybe more north than west. No. An escaped prisoner ran northwest. He hid me in the first building he came to. I guess it could be that, but that's like due north. I guess if he came out on the street instead of in the backyard, it would be here. I'm wasting my time. Oh. Fine. So does this look like a street layout? A grouping, it super looks like a street layout. The question is what street? One, two, three. Should be in there. There's a narrow gap between the two houses and I spy a small wooden chest wedged firmly inside. Hello. I am ill. Hello, Bria. I'm watching you though. Do you at least have warm drink and Kiki criminal cuddles? So that still leaves one whole which I want to be careful of. Right, because I checked there and I checked there, which seemed like the obvious spots. Yes on the drink, no on the cuddles. You're on thin ice. Those are northeast. You make a good point. You make a good point. I should try this once more with feeling. Did you know directions are difficult? Oh, that's not good. I'm glad we spent all this time. To find something that's obviously ominous. Also, we're now we'll have to do something there. Oh, Eli, you're back. Hey, we didn't burn the place down. Well, the shop is still standing. That's something. Say what you will about Undermere, but this town is never quiet for long. I leave for a few days and suddenly everyone's talking about ravens and curses. I'm going to need to find Verona to get up to speed on what's happening. At least I didn't come away from Ravenglass empty-handed. I can always rely on Quiet Susan to unearth an interesting trinket or two. No goody. Okay, bye. Bye, boss. Edith Moore. I am not a good person. I'm pushing away the only people I care about. Help me do better, please. I have to change, but I don't... What do you have that can help me banish my inner changes and make demons and make the changes stick this time? I see this went well for her. Hey chat, do you recognize that? Hey chat, do you recognize that? Indeed. Well, how about a horn shackle? Have one of them. Is this an antiquarian or the therapist's office? Next question. The Evocant didn't snap Mr. Hungerford out of it, unfortunately. It's strange, at times he appears almost awake, but he is deep in some kind of trance, and I can't get anything out of him. He seems to be searching for something. I'm beginning to suspect this is beyond my skill set, but I'm not willing to give up so easily. I know it's a bad idea, but I'm going to need a sleep vessel to get me through this week. Coffee, 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 coffee. Cursed coffee, cursed coffee, cursed coffee. The 6 points of a sleep vessel are said to represent the 6 thaumic disciplines: Selenic, Dradic, Noctic, Diurnic, Wixic, and Mentic. Oh, good. So we need a 6-pointed object that feels maybe a little bit spicy. How about one of these? Somewhat painful. How about one of these? Cursed coffee. Cursed coffee. Huh. Many years ago I owned a silent breath, but it was already old when I inherited it, and its power died soon after. So you want another one? It's about time I replaced it. How long until the doctor keels over completely dead from that? There are those that consider the White Heart a prize to be claimed, but there's no glory to be had from killing such a noble guardian of the forest. A silent breath contains a small token taken from a living white stag. While the stag lives, the item will retain its power, allowing the bearer to sense danger before it arrives. Totem taken from a living white stag. I mean, see, that's clay, so that's not actually taken from the stag. That's a more powerful shield. Holy crap. Holy crap, that's a strong. 3 shield symbols? The glass vessel? Yeah, I like that. Yep. Good catch. It's got a piece of hair. Elva stones. Great catch, Arcanist. Rufus Shelley. I've always wanted to try a Daedalus link. I have a personal interest in the Celestial branch, so I'm not completely new to such things. Nor am I ignorant of the risks. And now I have a good reason for it. I need to take care of some roof repairs, and this would seem the safest way to approach it. Men would sooner, fly than go get a ladder. A Daedalus link is a powerful object capable of producing a levitation field. The field is extremely fragile, however, so it will be prudent not to take risks. These items are surprisingly light. Their designs vary, but they might point to some facet of flight. A feather, or the wings of a bird or an insect, for example. Cool. Nope. Not that one. How about this one? Bunch of feathers. Smells like a rotten egg. Still worth seeing. Okay, that's quite heavy. So it's not that one. The one bird pendant? Definitely maybe. Tarnished silver. Raised detailing. Nothing interesting there, nothing interesting there. How much does this thing weigh? Very little. Less than half a pound. That certainly seems like our best option. Also, by the way, this is in Aries. That's what this is. Yeah, that seems most probable. Uh-huh. Nice work. Nice work, guys. Oh, it's Edmund. Hello, Edmund. Ravens are back, I see. Looks like it's going to be worse this time. After speaking to Verona, I've come to extend an open invitation to visit Gleaston Castle. My family has lived there for generations, and I know there are artifacts that would be of use to you, gathering dust in hidden corners. All I ask is you stay out of the South Tower and the master bedroom, and run anything you find by me first, of course. Well, thank you. Oh. Oh, there's so many. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here's something to get you started. Walk past the main staircase and turn left. Follow that corridor down to the end and go through the door to the left. There's a small plinth in the corner of that room with an item on it that you are welcome to. I never did like it anyway. Edmund. Past the main staircase, take a left. End of the door on the left. Main staircase. Take a left. So are you saying this room? Or this room? Which of these rooms are you saying? Follow that corridor. Walk past the main staircase. Hang a left. That corridor down to the end. Like, it's gotta be, like... I think it's this room. Yeah. The plinth is not hard to spot in the corner of the room next to the small writing desk. A glass jar houses the object. Mentioned in Edmund's note. As I gather the, item and turn to leave, my eye is drawn to a green book on the desk. The author's name is of particular interest. I pick it up and find Edmund on my way out, who encourages me to take it with him. I try to insist on paying for it at least, but he won't entertain the idea. Ah, boss. Hi, boss. How you doing, boss? Amber. Amethyst. Aquamarine, bloodstone. Hey, look, that's that. Iolite, jade. Kyanite. Malachite. Moonstone, obsidian. Onyx, topaz. And Vivianite. Cool, 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 cool. At the end of a long passageway, after days spent clearing away dangerous rock falls, the duo came upon a chamber. In it, they found a small stone tomb. Too small to contain human remains. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Yeah. Yeah, I noticed. Wish I could at least... Oh, I wish I could rotate. Oh, I wish I could spin this. Could it be a room in the castle? It could be a room in the castle. Good call. A portrait of some dead lord eyes me suspiciously as I enter the room and start absent-mindedly opening drawers. The room is cold and austere, and I'm about to leave when I spot a crate under the chest of drawers. This could be something. A depiction of Selena. Like, oh my god, that's a lot of lunar symbol. Pink, so quartz? I assume that that's rose or moonstone. Okay. Okie dokie. Hey, and we're back solidly in the green. Not sure about this fog today. It's an eerie atmosphere out there, especially with those damn ravens back again. It's usually fierce black dogs I've to worry about, not big black birds. Better off inside, I reckon. Alright, what have you got? The triangle has intrigued me ever since I first heard about it as a young boy. What caused the pine trees to grow like that? Someone plant them? I know you'll at least have heard of it, but did you know this? I calculated the exact center point, and there's a small clearing there. It can't be a coincidence. What's more, there's a certain energy about it, not entirely welcoming either. Wonder if you might take a look for yourself. Thomas Pope and Hamish. A small triangular copse of them. Cleansing pine and earth. Almost immediately I'm struck by a sense of ominous power, and my intuition tells me that there is something unusual here at the heart of the woods. I examine the broken tree and notice some strange markings carved into the trunk. Heart beating faster, I spot something else embedded in the wood. 3 pendants arranged in a triangle shape. Now, chat, we all know that the best thing you should do if you come across obvious occult ritual markings on a shattered tree in the middle of the woods, a shattered oak tree at that, is you should remove the pendants and just like don't worry about it. Agreed? Hang on, sorry. Been years since I performed the rite of the red dice, but I can still remember every step. I'll do it one more time before I die if only I could get my hands on an Orford Spire. I tried that place in Ironside, and they sent me here. Well, let's see what we can do for you, bud. During the rite of the Red Knives, an Orford Spire is fully submerged in goat's blood for 9 days and 9 nights. When performed correctly, the rite is said to impart vitality and clarity of thought. Although, perhaps not for the goat. So what's an object that's just completely caked in dried blood? Anyone got a better idea? We're going to free every sealed thing in this town. There's nothing good that's gonna happen here. Hi, Eli. Hey, I need to go away for a few days again. The Order of the Black Veil will have the information I'm looking for. They seek to understand the world beyond death, drinking an elixir that sinks them into a deep trance. If I'm right, they may be able to shed some light on these events. The only problem is, I burned that bridge long ago. Could you hand me that, Guise of Lillian? It won't be the first time I've used one to get around their hatred of me. Cool. It's a trilobite. Hi, Mr. Trilobite. What a good trilobite you are. These items can allow the bearer to pass unrecognized. If used for any length of time, the wielder can begin to lose their sense of self. The remnants of bygone creatures have been used in thaumaturgy for centuries, from petrified teeth and bows to trilobites, ammonites, and devil's toenails. A Guise of Lillian is one such item that makes use of this ancient source of power. Oh, it's a little guy. Exactly. Single stone set in bronze. Bye, have fun. Hello. Oh, is that a cat? My eyes may have completely gone no, but it's good to know I still have my cat senses. I do hope I'm in the right place. My daughter told me about a shop that specializes in unusual items. My life's joy has always been painting. Without that in my life, I'm afraid I'm at a little bit of a loss. I know that I will never see again, but is there anything in your collection that might help me paint again? I feel a little foolish for asking. It seems such a small thing, but to me it means everything. Oh. Huh. These objects induce a form of synesthesia where colors can be felt through touch. They're sometimes used by those who work in low light condition. Okay. Or what's the other option? A spirit eye. There are some who stay away from spirit eyes, believing them to be a window into a world that should not be seen, and others who deride their fear as nothing more than superstition. It's not clear what exactly do show. Another layer beneath the visible world, perhaps. A layer that requires something more than the traditional senses to experience. They draw their power from the opposing symbols inscribed upon them. Well, you know the drill, chat. Time for a poll. Alright, the poll has started. You have 1 minute. Come on. Live a little, chat. Live a little. Why are you saying, oh no, what'll we do? We've got... Like, come on. What's the worst that could happen? We're not cruel to oh, I see how it is. I see how it is, Raven. Calling me guilty. I'd say how dare you, but you know. Fair enough, like, yeah, points. Alright. Ares Remnant it is. Ares Remnant it is. A Scythian charm. Ugh. I wonder how the horticulturist is doing. The artist, Rebecca Rose. Rebecca's eyesight deteriorated very quickly several years ago, and now she is just barely able to distinguish dark and light. This affliction has robbed her of the thing that brought her the most joy in this world, painting, and yet it has not robbed her of her determination, or her kindness, or her love of life. When she learned of strange antiquities and that it might hold a way to restore her sight, she was hesitant. She never did anything without careful consideration, but eventually her desire to paint again won over, and she decided the risk was worth taking. Clarence Hawker. Those ravens have done for 3 more, poor buggers. 2 of them up at Calgarth, and another fella, fisherman. People are getting a bit panicky around here. Nothing's natural about folk turning up with eyes all black like that. And now this fog, too. With the nights drawing in and me working late, I refuse to walk down Holbrook Road without so much as a lantern. I had something nice and bright in mind. Sunbond! This, it's just an orange gemstone. Cool. Well, let's just do this properly. We know we need a sunbond. So, we go over here. And we know a sunbond. Small and lightweight, non-precious metal with a gemstone of light. The gemstone of light should be amber. So we're looking for yellow-orange. I'm pretty sure that's like the only option. Because this isn't, oh, that is another orange gemstone. But this is gold and wood, so that's not the right metal. So it's got to be this. A Cyrene Ward. Oh, good. Basilisks. Cool. Audrey Bell. Bend your ears to the trees. Hold your palm out to the wind. The ravens can feel it. Can you? Something is stirring. I will need a Holgan Grim in the coming days. Alright, let's see what we can do. These eerie creations are worn by the priests of Holgar in various rituals related to death and the afterlife. The Sacrament, to ask for his protection. Wolfsong's Truth, to seek his judgment. Path of the Warrior, to help the dead find their way. I suppose that's brought up somewhere else. No. Of course not. Cool. Symbology books looking like the way. I would agree. There's protection. Maybe death? Well, let's just set out anything that has the protection symbol. You know? That's got a protection symbol. That's got a crap ton of stuff, but is not. None of them are protection. Oh, jeez. Apologies. I appear to have been afflicted with EP. That's wisdom. I don't think I have any others around. Okay, I just may not have any others. Any other options. That's insanity. I don't enjoy that. Bronze. Sense of crackling energy flickers in the depths of the mind. What are the symbols for the other two things mentioned? A grim might be a mask-like object. I would also, like, that's also what's making me feel, on that. Is that that's notably not wearable. I guess, what are the symbols on this? They look like they are planetary medals. Bronze with a green gemstone. Raised detailing. Nothing exciting there, nothing exciting there. Let's see where this, like... Any dog-shaped objects, that could also be the Grim. I like that thought. Okay, so this one is all related to weather. Because that's winter. It's also got, like, worm. Huh. 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 I'm really not seeing anything that looks more... Because the only one that was the only attribute that's highlighted in here is protection. I guess I could see, is Holgar mentioned in anything else? Heart chamber. That was a really good pick. There's a vast skull in the catacombs said to be that of the beast-blend Cathra. Holgar's followers believe that when he slew it, he trapped its soul, along with its power, in an item known as the Wraith Chamber. Heart chambers are based on this mythical object, but they have morphed over time into a way to keep those dear to us close at heart over death. Uh-huh. Protection, right, the sacrament for protection. Wolfsong's truth. And the path of the warrior. Well, I guess we can see what the dark... Hello, how's the game so far? It is very good. We have gotten far and away the most difficult question we've had so far. Like, we are currently attempting to figure out what a Holgen Grim is. And we know that it is an item worn in rituals of Holgar. And we know that Holgar is this guy. Exactly. The mask is an eerie item that can be worn. The sketch shows a priest wearing the mask. His name is we find a sketch of and the gemstone is Vivianite. Good find. A lead heart. Good shout. Good shout on that. Who is this? The priest Audrey Bell. Followers of the warrior god Holgar are not easy to come by, but they make up for their low numbers with zeal and grandiosity. Their priests have all the self-appointed authority of a village fete organizer, and the power struggle between clergy and acolyte are as bitter and hard-fought as many a debate about bunting or cake stands. Fantastic writing. We'll adore that. Audrey has strong opinions about death and the afterlife, perhaps forgetting that the god she follows is best known for sending thousands of people reluctantly to it, but had very little to say about its substance. Alright friends, I'm gonna go quick get more water or lemonade and food, so I'll leave you with the tunes and some snails, and we'll be back in just a moment. Sound good? Sound good. See you soon. Just a short snail time though. Nothing too fancy. Alright. Here we go. Back into it. Well, we've met most of our important people. We can go ahead and stick this in with our other map. We can go and stick that in the closet to pretend that it's definitely going to stay relevant to us. And then we can pet a cat. And then we can end our day. Inside was the reason they had toiled so hard. A small black casket. A very small, very valuable small black casket. They knew enough not to open it, but perhaps too little to fully understand the danger it posed. Up the stairs, left, then left again. Second on the right is where I spend each night. Was it? Up the stairs. Left. Left again. No. Because that's, if you turn left, and then left again. That would be on the left-hand side. Has to be there. Bedroom looks like it hasn't been used for some time. A thin layer of dust coats the furnishings and cobwebs decorate every corner. Pulling back the thin curtains let some light in, but more importantly they reveal a macabre item that's been hiding on the windowsill all this time. Oh good! Good. Goody. I love that for us. I love that for us so much. I can never get any peace in my house. When am I to find time to do my writing? I tried beeswax, but that makes my ears sore. I can still hear the shouting and banging at all hours. I heard you might be able to help me. Too many hands of glory in this shop, right? So it looks like a poppy plant. Do I have something? That would fit that description? It's gotta be this. Right? Because the poppy has the, what, 1, 2, 3. Well, it could be this one. There you go. Pleasing design, and it does muffle sounds when you inspect it. Okay. Aww. I was hoping that would work. Alright, well, let's see who's up. Oh, you must be the thaumaturge's apprentice. I bet he's a hard man to work under. He's helped me out more than once in the past, though. And speaking of the past, my eye's been aching again lately. That can't be a good sign. I'll be trying to make a fair trade for an Elvastone if you have one. Alright. We'll see what we can do. Elvastone. Elvastones can be used to relieve the discomfort caused by otherwise incurable ailments, such as Braxis or burning blood. The planetary metal used in these items is associated with the Selenic discipline. Connection, but is also reflected in their design. So, what are our planetary metals? Silver. I probably could have just guessed that. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be so real. I probably could have guessed that. An ethereal color and composition, silver. And stone. I probably should have just been able to know that moon would be silver. Because the sun is gold. Oh good, he gave us an item. That's not at all ominous. Bro, my shop's gonna fill up if you keep doing this. Verona again, what's up? I've been doing some reading. See what you make of this. The fisherman I found yesterday been up at Whitebeck, so I'm going to see if I can find anything out there. Here I go again, sticking my nose into trouble because I don't seem to listen to that part of me that says, go put the kettle on and let someone else deal with it for a change. It's bloody-minded arrogance to follow that part up with, but there isn't anyone else, but here we are. And here I am. They do it all wrong anyway. True. So someone's going around doing some poisonings, huh? I've been wearing a pendant that I found in the library and it does something to me. Don't do that. It gives me an appetite for reading that I cannot control. I was lost in the library for 3 days without eating or sleeping before I managed to take the pendant off and escape. It is rather pretty though. Someone told me I need a caustic purifier and this is the place to get one. Well, it's unclear that they're pendants. Right, the Ambra just says an item. So, we don't actually know anything about what they are. But yes, the long-term effects of being exposed to an Ambra seems to be doing it. Unfortunately, none of us have a thalamic lens. Topaz gemstone, placed in a strong-smelling liquid. So we're looking for topaz and smelling bad. Do I have anything made of topaz? Eh? The teardrop vial? Potentially. Pearlescent blue glass. Doesn't smell pungent. The topaz is suspended in liquid, so we might not be able to see it. Green glass. There you go. The label bears the symbol for vinegar. And a valent. Ooh. Who's our next person there? Ah, the Relic Hunter, Barden. Intelligent, affable, heroic. These are the words that Barden Potter would use to describe himself. Irresponsible, impulsive, and foolhardy are some of the more tasteful terms that those who have dealt with him might use. One thing is not in dispute. He knows how to track down objects, and he certainly knows their worth. He's also no coward and bears the scars to prove it. He's one of the few that have ventured into the depths of the catacombs and lived to tell the tale. And tell the tale he does, at the slightest provocation. I have been working on something that you might find interesting. Did you know that nobody knows who built Strange Antiquities? That's not true. Jupiter built Strange Antiquities. It's very old. Perhaps the oldest building in Undermere according to some accounts. Even Eli doesn't know all of its secrets. I have been decoding a journal that he found. It's slow work, but I've made a bit of a breakthrough recently. Have you discovered the plinths below the counter? Yeah. I learned that they can be used to access the shop's hidden depths. Tell me more. And this journal holds some of the keys. Oh, please do. Alcove. Hornshackle, Evocant, and then a moon something. The writing is dense and spidery, so it's not always easy to decipher. Well. Hornshackle. Evocant. And then how many moon things do we have? Moon something. Has to be a Moonstone Guardian. What is Hobbs' fear? It's only mentioned with this. What about Noctic Sight? I guess it could be a Moon Heart. Let's try the Selenic Totem. Which was... Oh, come on. I know it. It was that one. Huh. Well, huh. That's fine, that's fun, that's good. Let's figure out what these symbols all are, huh? Top one looks... The mundane element of antimony. Could someone write that down? The holy hand grenade is antimony. Arsenic. And... a triangle with a phosphorus. Cool. What those do? No idea. Not a single iota of an idea. No idea how all of this relates to itself. But we do still seem to be missing something. So we won't worry about that quite yet. Jim Wolf. After years working in the Thundering Mill, I'm afraid I'm quite deaf now. I've tried St. John's Poppy, but I'm looking for a more permanent solution. I would love to be able to hear my niece's laughter. I guess for the sake of it, let's do this properly. I'm like 90% sure it's the bat. 90% sure. Simple trinket that amplifies, amplifies healing. Looks like it has consistent sequences. Huh. Does it? Oh yeah, it super does. So that guy goes there. This guy goes right before. That guy goes there. This guy must go there. And then when we get, whenever we get our last one, it'll go there. Good catch. Ah, she's the librarian. Understood. Good for her. End of day 6. This is going very well. Like, we are moving very quickly through this. At camp that night, one of the pair had awoken with pain in his left eye. He was alert to the threat at once, recognizing two things at the same time. One, a part of his mind was not his own, and two, the casket wanted to be opened. The maiden in the tower points the way. I am buried among the trees. Okay. Okay. There's a tower. There's a couple of different towers that this could be referring to. Could be Gallifrey's Tower. Number 22. Though, since we can't see, let's just check Gallifrey's Tower, and we'll see if there's a woman pointing. If there isn't, then it's like whatever. Or we assume that Gallifrey's Tower is pointing out this way, and we check there first. I climb the narrow winding stair to the top of the tower and rewarded with views across Lake Undermere. I am not alone in the tower. Standing in the center of the circular platform is a statue of a young woman, the Maiden. Her outstretched arm points due east across the rooftops of Undermere and beyond. Okay. I find what I'm looking for in a small cavity carved into a sturdy oak. I look around, half expecting to see someone, but there's nobody there. I take my prize and leave, feeling my mood lifted by the smell of damp moss and the gentle rush of wind through the treetops. Aw, look at the little guy! He's such a little guy. The little man. Oh good, Verona, you're not dead. I walked up the back a mile or so in the cold and wet yesterday and found a section with a handful of dead fish floating in it. Belly up and blackened they were. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I don't like it. I'm on my way to Calgarth Hall now. I spoke to Dr. Robinson earlier, and she said the two women they found there are still in the same state in the others. In a trance, and eyes all black. Before I go, Anna Bryant asked me to drop this off. Well, thank you. When we were kids, we used to explore an abandoned house on the lakefront. We'd take a boat out to the northern tip of Naylor Island and row across from there. You know the one I'm talking about, second from the left in the row of 4. I found myself outside a store 3 days ago and I went inside for old time's sake. I wish I hadn't. I always had an ominous feel to it. It's taken me the last 3 days to summon the courage to write this letter, but I think it's better you see for yourself what's out there. Yours in faith, Anna Bryant. Okay. Naylor Island. Row across, second from the left in a row of 4 as you're facing it. There's Naylor Island, northern tip. Row across from here. I don't know what exactly I was expecting to find. Anna's letter was quite vague after all, but I certainly wasn't prepared for this. In an alcove of the house, peering through loose mortar and crumbling brick, is a macabre shrine of sorts. The skull of a stag is mounted above the opening, its antlers smeared with a dark red substance. and large melted candles pull out onto the wooden floor on either side. In the center of the altar, there is a small iron chest, rusted and fused to the floor. It's clear that it has been here for a long time. I do not see any hinge or keyhole or any way of opening it at all, but after a while I notice an inscription that says simply, "I open to the voice." Hello, Rioanne, with the big raid. Hello, everyone, and welcome. How are you all doing today? My name is Adam. I am a museum curator as my day job. Not a joke, that's fully what I do. So, we are hanging out, we're checking out Strange Antiquarian, Strange Antiquities, and we are having a lovely time. Getting to talk about, you know, identifying stuff, all the spooky mysteries, yelling about Carninos, all sorts of fun stuff. I'm having a lovely time with the game. Were you playing it as well, Rio? The chest opened. You were. You're on day like 15. I think we're on day 7? You had to stop from playing more. Understandable, this game rules. This game is so fun. I'm having such a good time just kind of slowly... Okay, not so slowly running out of storage, and otherwise very slowly, getting engrossed in this mystery. It's so fun. I'm having such a good time. I see. Oh, another little guy. And Rioanne, thank you for the follow. Kitty! Chat, spin that cat. I actually did not play Strange Horticulture. So this is the first one in the series I am playing. Having just a lovely time. But I am more of an antiques nerd than I am a plants nerd, though I do love both. And when I say I mean I'm an antiques nerd, I mean please, what's the spinning cat sleeve? I love them dearly, and all of my emotes are actually historical art. So that is a 13th century Southeast Asian cat statue from the Met that we stole and made spin. So, you know, but you can see my glorious shelf full of stuff. So, and then I went and I work in a museum, which makes it far worse. So, you know, Misty Pub VT and Rainier VT, thank you so much for the follows. Some examples. Yeah. So this game is 172% exactly targeted at me. Misty Pup, you understand. You see the vision. Alright. Whomst. Gold. With a pink gemstone. Mooncat? Mooncat. Mooncat. Is that a remotely useful label? No. If Moonstone ought to trace a metal, but that's the only pink one. I'm pretty sure, according to Boss's notes, the only pale pink gemstone is Moonstone. So, it's a mystery, but I wonder what it had to do with Carninos, though. Lester Crowley. I apologize if this inquisition is an imposition to your disposition. Oh, no. It is not my intention to bring to your attention a matter of contention. Why is he like this? I have an inclination to perform an incantation of flirtation. Please don't. For your part, a leaden heart of the thalmic art. His name is, in fact, Lester Crowley. Presumably a reference to, extremely influential occultist and absolute jackass, Aleister Crowley. Most famous for getting in a wizard duel with... Isn't it Yates? Isn't it Yates that he got in a wizard duel / fist fight with? Frickin' incredible, by the way. Yates the poet, I believe. I think so. I think it's William Butler Yeats. Hang on. Aleister Crowley. Yeah. Yeah. Irish national hero, William Butler Yeats. The best spell, Fist, right? No, they literally started by casting fake-ass spells at each other, and, Yates got tired of it and kicked Crowley down the stairs because they were getting into a fight about their weird occultist stuff. He kept breaking into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn's lodge to harass them, so Yates just kicked him down the stairs. Because Aleister Crowley had been a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, but he got into an argument with them over obscure occultism stuff, and so got kicked out of the lodge, and he refused to take this for an exam. Refused to take no for an answer. I kept breaking in and harassing them, and so he got his ass kicked. These items depict the god Cernunnos in his non-human form. What do you think the odds are it's the big old stag, given that it's Cernunnos? And isn't this thing, like, obscenely heavy? He fucked around and found out? Yeah. Yeah, I did. They call upon higher power than the cops. Uh-huh. Oh good, a Corvin's Might. An assassin's tool? That's probably not good. I did not know that one, Arcanist. That's also incredible. Crowley's also infamous for the one you're thinking of, as he insisted an invisibility spell worked because no one wanted to look at him. Sure, buddy. If it makes you feel better about yourself. Oh my god, look at this man's mutton chops. Oh, you're not Eli. I'm returning an item he asked me to repair. The mechanism was mangled, but I've replaced all the springs and given it a clean. Good as new. Extraordinarily funny. Huge fan. What do you think the odds are that this opens this? Given that's got the flower. No? Are you sure? Gold with a black gemstone. With internal mechanisms of some varietal. Okie dokie. Well, it'll go back on the shelf to sit with everything else. Is it perhaps the thalamic lens? Oh no, Eli, what was that thing? It wasn't my intention to leave you unattended for this long, but I'm afraid I'm going to need to rely on you for a little longer. The Order of the Black Veil seemed more concerned by the Ravens than the black-eyed state that Mr. Hungerford was found in. They said that it would take a very powerful force indeed to upset them like that. Unfortunately, they either weren't able or weren't willing to talk any further on the subject. I was hoping to avoid it, but I must go to Oxford and the Bodleian Library. When in doubt... I'll be gone for a few days at least, perhaps longer, but you seem to be handling yourself well here. I do not see eye to eye with the head of collections at the Bodleian, but I do know that he takes an interest in horticulture. You want to take the plants? Because, like, I don't have enough shelf space. How dare you? I will take him as Scythian Jupiter. Jupiter, you're a criminal. Older Scythian charms are carved out of wood, but the more powerful designs make use of the two planetary metals. Or make use of the planetary metals. No two are identical. It's currently raining, so warm and tingly. Alright. So we're looking for wood or the planetary metals. Which copper, gold, iron, lead, quicksilver, silver, tin. Thank you, Space Nerd. So we'll check firstly the these. And then, okay, so obviously none of those. I didn't think it would be. Nothing remarkable there. Hard and cool, hard and cool, hard and cool. This is a spirit eye. Pretty sure this is a spirit eye. Cold and smooth on there, and also smells awful. Small plant on the top. This guy? You would... No. That has neither the warmth nor the tingliness. Could be this. Yeah. What do you know? The gold and silver oak leaves? The gold and silver oak leaves. It's going to be a death. Death or protection. Because the other thing we've seen you used for is the binding seed. Oh, good. Hi, Doc. How you doing? I'm at a loss with these patients. They aren't responding to anything I've tried so far, and I haven't been able to find anything in the literature that fits their symptoms. I'm finding they become violent if they aren't restrained, and they are always trying to leave. If nothing else, Dranthium tea from a restful mether might get a moment of lucidity out of them. But if you got any ideas, then I'm all ears. Oh boy, pulls time. What are the options here? A witch's finger. Cool. Are said to be the severed digits of the Witch of Undermere. They're capable of inflicting intense pain, but the goal is supposedly purification of the body. A most unpleasant experience, but a last resort that has cured some and finished off others. Or the other option was restful mether. There's a thaumaturgist linked to the inner mind. A hot tea made from the Dranthium plant is drunk from them, taking on different properties depending on the type of mether. This particular mether type can be used to enter a meditative state and bypass the rush and clutter of consciousness, promoting clarity of thought. Well, chat, we know what to do. View a poll. Alright, get those votes in. Do get those votes in. If you're one of the folks watching on YouTube, don't worry too much. We'll find out very shortly. It doesn't... I'm not really selling the Witch's Finger as a strat here very well, am I? Your options are excruciating pain or a nice cup of tea. Welcome to Strange Antiquities. Tea or death? Look. So we need to figure out which of these is the correct method. Depending on the type of method, this particular type can be used to enter a meditative state. Seems like it's this one. Oh no. Oh, that went very badly. Really? But like that's the same design as on that. That's the same design as on that. You think it's the rightmost one? I don't think it's the rightmost one. It's the drinking vessel. Okay. Well, I guess let's examine these in more detail. Gold paint. Oak. Has a sharp aroma. Wood. Still has a sharp aroma. This is not helpful. Besides, what would Cassiopeia have to do with? Well, those are iolite, I guess. A dark purple. So you're right, it might be that one. Several embedded iolite gemstones. A bones guard. Well, we'll put those back on the shelf. Hi. I've come to thank you for sharing the wonder of the Ares remnant with me. It has changed my life. I'm still getting to grips with it, but already I'm feeling my way back to painting again. Thank you. Aww. Aww. He knew what he had to do. Without hesitating, he took hold of his diversion hook and used it to cut away the infected part of his mind before it could spread and consume him entirely. That's horrifying. I don't enjoy anything about that. I am closest to the sunset, but furthest from the sun. Alright, what's the westernmost? What? Don't drill a hole in your head? Live a little. That's my thought, is that it's the westernmost tower. Could be Jacob's Folly. There's a chance that that's just Jacob's Folly. Or it could be Hardwick Tower. Let's try here first. This was a mistake. Tragic. Aww. So no dice there. Okay. Okay then. Huh. Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, I'm super dumb. I did not at all observe that. That compass is so tricky. That compass is so tricky. The real house is beautiful, but it's what I find inside that catches my attention. In the middle of the room is an unlocked wooden chest, and within that, not one but two smaller chests, along with a cryptic scrap of paper. Matryoshka dolls of chests. Hmm. Hmm. Wood with gold leaf. An unpleasant sensation at the back of the skull. Cool. Alright, Ivan and Wolfie, thank you so much for hanging out for so long. It's very sweet of you. And I hope you have good rests. Robertson, as if I didn't have enough on my plate right now, my sister Bonnie has been acting strange lately. She never got over the death of our father. She's always blamed Mr. Potter for his role in it, and now with all this happening, she's got it in her head that he's behind it somehow. I'm worried she's going to do something stupid. If she comes in here, whatever you do, do not give her anything dangerous. I want to give her a keepsake to let her know that she's still loved. I've seen people gifting one another wooden totems, but I don't know what they're called. Well... Dang it. Not one of those. Definitely not one of those. Life, levitation. The Selenic totem might be what you're looking for. Have fun. Thank you. Unfortunately, I have some bad news to share. Jack Hungerford does not respond well to the Drampium tea. If anything, he appears to have sunk deeper into the trance. I daren't try anything else in case I make things worse. Well, that's unfortunate. That's what we get for trying to give... Turns out tea was the problem. Oh, silly sons of Calgarth Hall wouldn't let me in to look around. Seems I've upset the little lord who lives there at some point in the past. Allegedly, I refused to perform an exorcism on his haunted house. He didn't like my suggestion that might be the local kids playing pranks on him because he's a mean old git. I'm not so easily put off, though. Do you have a tenebrae cloak I could use this evening? I've got some snooping to do. A single stone set in bronze. Is this bronze? No, that's gold. That's bronze with a single stone. So that's a maybe. That's a maybe. Technically, that's a maybe. And those are kind of it for our options. Alright, gemstones. We got 2 greens and 1 turquoise. Oh my god. Jade. Greenstone. I don't really like any of the, like... Huh. Because darkness, right? What's a stone of darkness? Black. Onyx. Like a black striated gemstone. Would be normally what I'd go for. Right, normally I would say... I just don't think any of those are right. Huh. Because I don't have... I don't have onyx. Well, I guess that's onyx, but like, that's not helpful at all. See, I don't think so. Because firstly, that's not... But it says a single stone set in bronze. And that's clearly not single, and also that's not bronze, that's gold. BRB gonna go make some soup? Have some soup. No, no. No, no. Just make sure those are gold, right? Yeah. No, that's tin. Huh. Right? Aquamarine with bronze seems... Nothing to remark on that, nothing to remark on that. This one I'm fairly sure is a spirit eye because it's got the two oppositional symbols. But I guess I could see what dark green is for gemstones. Dark green was striated, fourth eye stone of sight. So, further confirming that that's a spirit eye. What was the other option? This guy? I guess that might be this guy. That's what, winter? That doesn't seem right. Because these should be mostly weather, like snow, wind, hail, cold. Right, that seems to be a lot of weather-related symbols. So that doesn't seem right either. None of these items are really lining up. That's the thing that's tricky, is that none of these items seem to really be lining up. This is the closest. And that's my best guess. But like, yeah. I didn't like that. Turns out the one thing that I didn't like and didn't think was relevant I shouldn't have liked and wasn't relevant. Have I forgotten anything in here? Fourth pendant on the left? That's gold, not bronze. It's the right material. Right, the black striated gemstone. But it's gold. That's the problem I'm having, is that it needs bronze. And I've got more gold than bronze in here. Actually, I have way more gold than bronze. It's getting to be a problem. Huh? Huh? What do you mean I can change moon phases? One between the green bottle and the obelisk thing? There's no gemstone in this. It is bronze, but there's no gemstone. What am I missing? Sphere of darkness that will cloak all within its reach. Single stone set in bronze gives power to these totems. What am I missing? Because I don't have any more explorations to do. Might it be worth it to check the hidden section again? Yeah, maybe. That something happened. There was definitely something that sounded different that time. Alright, well, we're gonna hit the button. Thank you. Or is there a different relevant stone? Stone of water. Bloodstone. Iolite. Malachite. Obsidian. Onyx. Moonstone. Oh. Moonstone? I hadn't considered that. Okay. Sure. Bye, have fun. Professor Layton asked hint. True. Oh good, Barden. I bumped into Eli at the station yesterday before he left for Oxford. His train was late, so we had a brief chat and he suddenly remembered something he wanted to tell you. I told him I'd pass on the message. In other news, I've got a little something for you if you're interested. It's going to cost you, but it's worth it. Map of the catacombs. Very rare. All I'm asking for a turn is a Phalanx. Sorry, Eli? You'll find it in the cupboard hidden in the counter. Is this just open? No? No? Okay, how do I open the cupboard hidden in the counter though? Okay, but how do I open that? How do I? Okay, but how do, like, that's... By all accounts, I feel like that should be the correct thing. It's the right size. It's the right shape. Something clicked there. Something definitely clicked there. Whoa! I can set specific times? Why can I set specific times? Holes in the valent are roughly equal size and spacing. Something with a bunch of evenly spaced holes in it. That's my current best guess. Uh-huh. Curious pulse can be felt where its power concentrates. Do we see any other things with holes in it? True. Hovering stone guy. Yep. Good catch. Thank you. Oh god, there's so much. Oh jeez. Why is this a thing that we're doing? Why would we do this to ourselves? Okay, but like if we have this, we should have the ability to open that. Right? Right? Surely. And this, like, it really feels like that should work. Unless there's something else that this combines with. Because it does have like a chicken, like a tick in the end. So, Because I'm worried we're going to start needing those docks. I feel like I'm going crazy here. I know who's behind this madness, all the people with the pitch black eyes, but nobody's listening to me. I've seen it happen before. 7 years ago, my father died the same way. Well, since nobody will listen, I'm going to take care of it myself. A Corvin's might, please, and I'll be on my way. Alright, well. Our options. Worn as a pendant to dispel melancholy, they share the design of a shadow catcher. Or, a Corvin's Might, called an Eagle's Gift, is an assassin's tool that makes use of Wixic power. When the warrior Queen Corvin was surrounded and close to defeat, a gift came to her from an unlikely source. With it, she turned the tide of battle, and the legend of the Bloody Queen was born. Alright, chat. It's poll time. And Alex, thank you so much for the 23 months of tier 1. I super appreciate it. Corvin's Might or Gray's Grace. Alright, we have a choice to make. She has asked for a Corvin's Might. Her sister came in earlier, her sister is the doctor, and said, hey, please don't give her anything dangerous. We don't trust her. She blames one of our other main characters for her father's death, and so seems to be asking for an assassin's tool in order to go murder him. Her sister thinks that this is her just grieving her father. Get those votes in now. We have very little time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, we are letting her do a murder. Hello, noob girl. Chat, this is deeply unlike you. Now, if only I can find a Corvin's Might. You've never heard of this game. It just came out earlier this week. It's the sequel to Strange Horticulture. But basically, we run a spooky antique shop. And increasingly deranged things are happening. Alright, Wixic power. Wixic is of the body. So I guess we should head over here. Lithomic disciplines. Wixik has bunches of circles. How else do we do this? Nothing else there. Death and Decay, Night and Darkness. Potentially Bloodstone. The only thing we've got is Bloodstone. With Bloodstone. I just the Eagle's Grip with the stone. Well, a fetid chamber. Oh, good. Oh, good. You don't know where they got that word from. It's possible they made it up, but let's see. Huh. It feels dramatic to me. It feels dramatic to me. But I couldn't honestly tell you. I feel like there has to be something with this. Because it's got the same flower motive and the 6 petals, and all of the things line up. All of these things line up, except for like one detail. Also, I can figure out what the heck is going on here. Oh! Do you think there's... I know there are bumps along the outside of the imprint, but despite that, there's too many details of this that seem too similar for this to be unrelated to this. Right? It's got the daisy motive. But I don't know what other piece could have the relevant bits. Right? None of our stuff has that pattern of imprints. So... and we've picked up everything we can. So, I guess we'll just not worry about it. As his mind rolled in confusion, he watched through his remaining good eye as his partner lunged towards the satchel that contained the casket. To his horror, he saw that his partner's eyes were black. By the way, this is clearly what's his face. The guy with the eye patch that we've been running into. That's quite clearly the guy with the eye patch. You think you had an idea? Great. Hit me with it. Ah. Oh, cool. So helpful. Explore. Catacombs. Will do. It's this 1688 one. I squeezed through a partially collapsed passageway and emerged in a small chamber, glinting in the flickering torchlight at sight of a pendant draped across an old gravestone. Pretty. Compartment go burp. Can we flip through the times again? We certainly can. Deeply broken. There's a spider on the spider web. He's just a little guy. Spoiler! Yeah, no worries, you're good. Apparently at one specific time, right, you're able to rotate through these freely. Yeah. And that moon phase in particular, or there's two moon phases in particular, that actually give you control over it. One moon phase? Must be one moon phase. It's odd. It's odd. I don't have an answer to that. Not yet. Constance Bader. My awakening ceremony takes place at the convent tomorrow. Why do you have the snake charm? I will need a talon. Amphesian talon. Cool. The League of the Amphesian Heart uses these items as part of its grim initiation rite. They guard their secrets closely, but say they worship the ancient, nameless gods, communing with them via the broken path. Ay. There you go, have fun. Like, what even am I supposed to say? Thanks, guys, have fun. I super don't approve, but like, I just work here. Simone! I've been working my way through the journal, but it's heavy going. I keep coming back to this series of sketches. Does this mean anything to you? Could it relate to the plinths? Yeah. that does mean something to me. I definitely think we've seen those before. Where have I seen those before? Look like thalamic lens stuff. It might be thalamic lens stuff. But we don't have a thalamic lens. Which makes it much more difficult to do anything. Those swirls are also on the head thing. Yeah, I thought I'd seen them on objects. But now I'm completely spacing which objects have which swirls. Like, am I dumb? Like, the thing with the ammonite fossil has swirls, but not the same swirls. The binding seed? Maybe. We can certainly try. I guess, have I seen those anywhere in here? That's probably an interesting and obvious place to begin. No. I see where you're coming from on that. And then they like intertwine double helixy. Oh, with the two black gems, the new one? I do actually think the thalamic field note, or call, yeah, the thalamic field actually is 100% correct. So that is absolutely thalamic field stuff. Because like that and that are so closely put together. Which means we should be able to get one. We better be able to get one of those lenses really frickin' soon. I think I've been cursed. 2 weeks ago, I was quietly minding my own business in the guilty realm when a stranger came up to me. He handed me a book titled The Changes of Dr. Learmouth before leaving. Something about it intrigued me enough to take it home with me. Ever since I read the first page, I've been getting terrible nightmares, and they're getting worse. I spoke to Dr. Robertson and she sent me here. Something that's good against nightmares. We definitely had something. A sleep vessel. Try one of these. No? Huh. Really? Oh, duh. Exactly the opposite of what I needed. Da 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 da. Purifier? Small tokens. Well, it's a small token, not a, and that's a very not small. Well, may as well start from the top. Stop it. Levitation. Diverging hook. Elvastone. Ethereal key. Grace, guys of Linian, Healing Charm, Heart Chamber, Holding Grim, Horn Shackle, Hunter's Boon, Lamb Siphon, Lead Heart. I need the curse, I need the book on curses. I need the book on curses before I can... So I have to be able to solve this puzzle. Because I simply must have the book on curses to solve this one. There's mechanisms in here. There's mechanisms. Noctic Sight, which is kind of the one I figured it would be. Which means the Moonstone Guardian. But I thought that was gonna be, but you know, that's fine. I knew there were mechanisms described on it, I just didn't know that I could click. Inscribed with a comforting guardian. Huh. Strong sense of being watched. Mooncat. A cat could be considered a comforting guardian. A cat should be considered a comforting guardian. Who are you kidding? Look at that. Verona, what's up? There's not much that can unsettle me these days, but I found something at Calgarth Hall that I'd rather I hadn't. In the center where they found those two poor girls, I came across a bubbling black mess that was oozing from the rock itself. Seems there's a sickness in Undermere. It's in the earth and the water, and it's spreading. I suppose it comes to me to find out where it's coming from. If it's underground, then underground's where I'll start. See if I can find anything in the catacombs. I realize now I've been a little careless. I've been getting headaches. I won't go into the catacombs without a sextrum. Well, let's see what I can do. Protects against insanity. I've got a note for you. Have that. 6 points. And then, yeah. We got there. Didn't do awesome today, but did okay. He tried to use the divergent cook on his partner as he had done on himself, but he could find no part of him that had not been taken over by the infection. His partner's hands ripped at the satchel, tearing it open and sending the black casket tumbling out. Oh good, a cross. Oh good. Below a moon that does not shine, there is no mark upon my shrine. In the dark, but not alone, my neighbor bears a cross of stone. Good, 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 good. Explore. In the catacombs. I find the blank tombstone without too much trouble, but there is nothing else here. Feeling foolish, I begin to make my way back to the surface when suddenly I see it tucked away in a natural crack in the rock wall. A stone totem. This is what I was searching for. Again, I really wish I had a thermic lens. Like, do I have a note on what a thermic lens actually is? No. Of course I don't. What's something we've got that's made of silver? Nothing useful there, nothing useful there. You're going to be a criminal? If I put that there, are you going to be a criminal? Or are you too EP to crime? Seems too EP to crime right now. I've traveled a long way searching for an Eye of the Forest. I've read stories of the betrayer of old who would hunt in partnership with an eagle, seeing what they see soaring on the wind. I intend to rekindle this lost custom. Perhaps you know something about it? An Eye of Kernanos. Fine. So if I go over here, and I go here, there you go. A Zephyrim. Oh good, another letter from you. I was expecting to talk with Verona Green this morning, but she wasn't at home. Unusual for her. Hope she's okay. That's not good. If you can spare the time, we'd appreciate your help. There's something unusual in our house. You can't miss us. We're the only detached house on Ruskin. Alright. Back into town. Ruskin, you said, right? I'm greeted by a tired-looking middle-aged woman who immediately offers me tea. I gratefully accept, enjoying the social ritual before we meander towards the point of my visit. She leads me up the stairs and into the attic. A single small window does little to dispel the gloom, but our eyes slowly adjust. Then we hear the voices. At first I think it's the house creaking in the wind. Soft, murmuring groans that seem to come from the walls themselves. Then I start to feel as though a conversation is happening. Too quiet to make any sense of. No. We got something. No. We gotten something. Serial key. Morgan's Folly? No. Spirit Vault. Receptacle. Really? Really? Huh. Okay. What's this? No. A shimmer? No. No. Okay. Feel as though they're marked by telltale blue. Okay, those don't help. That's tough. I have no idea which thing this is. Where was it? It was in here. It was in here. The thing we were missing is that I could click on the pedals of the mechanical doodad. I could click on the pedals of the mechanical doodad in order to pop out a little guy. And once I popped out a little guy, then there would be options. Is this atomic lens? What is this? Some kind of green organic material. That's not good. Okay, I have no idea what that is. Conversation. idea. I have absolutely no idea what this would be. Maybe I'll just give you a shield charm and call that a day. Like, when in doubt, maybe just a shield charm. Aw. Alright, well, we'll check that out later. Cause yeah, I don't know what that is. My father's sword has a space in the hilt where a shimmer would go. Never did sell the sword itself. Okay. Or a shimmer on his chest plate. Annoyingly, that shimmer is also missing. But we should have at least some ability to figure that out. I suspect it's this. I suspect it's that because that's kind of the only one that makes sense. Maybe. I really can't afford to mess up anymore. So I want to be careful. But there really is nothing else even kind of close. Huh. A Babelia. Freddy Lamb. Oh, we're at the steel mill in Keswick. I don't think those Wolvos hasn't suffered a nasty burn. Do you think we gotta protect against such a thing? Absolutely I do. Well... Asterisk. I know what thing would help you. Made from basilisk scales. What do basilisk scales look like? They look like scales. I really should have seen that one coming. What do I have that's made of basilisk scales? Well, it's like a basilisk's eye, which is not really the same thing. Gosh, who has not been ID'd yet? You've been ID'd? I know this is a spirit vault. Because it's got the sulfur, which is why it smells... Why it smells so bad. You've been ID'd, you've been ID'd, you've not been, you have been, you have not been, you have been, you have been, you have been. Cool. You have been, you have not been, you, no, come on. You have been, you have been, you have not been. That shelf has all been identified, so that's awesome. Gonna try and like reorganize my shelves to be remotely useful. So that stuff I've encountered before is all on one side, and stuff I've not figured out what it is yet is all on the other side. As much as possible. It's not going to work all the way, but it'll work a good chunk of the way. It'll save me a little bit of suffering, I think. Okie doke. Well, all of that reorganizing did not help me figure out where the hell this thing was. Something made of basilisk scales. I don't have anything made of scales. Like... anything that's even slightly made of scales. Is there some other clue inside this thing's... some sort of green organic material? I guess it might be this. Because what would the orange gemstone be? That would be topaz, right? Fire, fire, strength? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's amber. Okay, okay. I don't have atomic field. Well, thank you. Oop. That's a big deal. Oh, this is the lens. Oh, this is the atomic lens. It's now up and active. Oh. What's something made of silver? You're made of silver. Really? We just got a new mechanic. What have you missed in the last 20 minutes? We just got a new mechanic. And so... huh. I guess I was expecting it to do something. I was expecting all of this to be, like... okay, I just hadn't actually hit the button. I need to actually hit the button in order to do the thing. You have returned from ads in time for us to hit the button and do the thing. Really, each of these all seem to be producing the same thing. Now we can figure out the combination thing. Right? Hopefully it doesn't matter as long as we get something with the right patterns. Hopefully it's just have some sort of thing. with the right pattern. Just have some sort of thing with the right pattern. I can work with that. We got an obelisk made of gold with lots of holes in it, and a moon underneath it. Anyway, one of these produces a really strong field, doesn't it? That's quite strong. That's quite weak. Great. So we just got a new entry in our book about this. Another mensis. Not the restful mensis. Solemn or mether. Sorry. Solomether. Cool. That's a huge success. Oh, Audrey, what's up? What does that slider do? It hides it. Oh, I can set different... That'll inform me what different categories of things are. Now the Castle final will be open. It contains the final lesson for those who will not kneel. Contains the retribution about the simple. Contains his divine rage. My preparation is underway to celebrate his wrath and prove our devotion. For now, a veiled fen is all I require. What did you say last? Okay, I just work here. Like, I'll get you the thing, but... Brightly colored in the light, but it clouds after a short period in total darkness. Brightly colored in the light... It doesn't say very much. You know that, right? True. I can test things by putting them in there. I suspected that was what this is. Witherance. Oh. Annoying that I haven't figured... I figured that one out. Awesome for that. It's annoying I haven't made that. What does the where did I put the obelisk? There I put the nope. There I put the obelisk. I don't know what sort of field that is. How does this work? Diurnic is... there. That can go in 4 different spots. I need a specific item, Space Nerd. That's the problem on that one, is that I need some specific item for ghosts in the walls. And I've made 2 of my 3 errors I can make. So I need to be careful. So that says something object made from silver produces a diurnal field. And I don't know what the diurnal seal is either. So the 2 men fought as the heavens opened and lightning flashed across the night. One man wrested the casket from the other's grasp and leaped aside his horse, galloping off into the cold, wet darkness. Oh, good. We're triangulating a location in town based off its centrality to several different things. Ay, ay, ay. Huh. Now, where are you? Where? Okay, so that's there. Is that one. Agreed? I mean, you don't need to agree with me or not, I'm right. So if there's one corner I wish it was that one, but it's not quite the right shape. Oh good, thunderstorms. Just what I wanted. One. Where's the... There aren't that many detached... There's 2. One, 2, and 2. Where's the last guy? I have no idea where this last one is. It's got to be somewhere. Is it that? No. Yes. It is. 1, 2, 3. Center between them is this. This was a mistake. Dang it. Okay, but I'm still correct on some steps of this. I think I'm just like one house over. Yeah, I was just one house over. When I draw back the card in, I am unable to control my exclamation of horror. Behind the dark red velvet is a silent, squirming, seething mass of eyes, all shiny and wet and alive. Fear catches hold before my mind catches up and I understand what I am looking at. And when I do, I realize it's looking right back at me. The object I'm looking for sits on a small shelf below, and the eyes watch as I snatch it and get out of there as fast as I can. Doggo! Doggo! But yeah. My problem is that I don't know. Which thing? Like, receptacle used to store a wandering shroud. Sleep vessel, solemn ether. Calm rage. Oceanic spirit or wandering shroud. Shadow hold. Right, because I don't see anything in here that, I guess I could see if the shadow hold helps. But, like, it's not like a weird... I guess I could also see if, let me try something really weird. With the hearing charm, I suddenly find myself able to pick up every small sound without difficulty. The whispered voices become clearer, and my heart beats faster. As I hear what they are saying. They're discussing a section of the wall where some bricks are loose. Carefully, I pull them aside to reveal a small cavity. Inside, to my horror, is a human skull. Its dark eyes staring lifelessly back at me. At the insistence of the voices, I reach inside the cavity, and my hand closes around an unusual-looking item. Immediately, the voices fall silent, and my heightened senses are left with the whooshing drumbeat of the blood being pumped around my body. Oh, well, that's a fun guy. Shame I had to be exposed to getting a cask of Amontillado. We think we finally located the wreck of the Orion out in the lake. Sadly, our funding has run out. We can't afford expensive diving equipment. But we put our head together and wondered if there was another way. You're our last hope. I've got a thing for you. Maybe. I say maybe in that I can't say this is a good idea. Core of the item is cold. This guy, right? Cold, surprisingly warm. Try that. Just also don't breathe. Guardian Sirens. Cool. Rowena Hardwick. I'm close, but I need more power. I need St. Cedric's thunder, and quickly while this storm's raging. Alright. Chill. It's a thunderstorm. Well, it's not gonna go anywhere. Golden gems, yeah. Everything on this shelf has been already identified, so we're looking at gold with gems, which is really just this guy. But you would think all of that power would kind of show up somewhere. Exactly, that's the next question. What are the gems? They're blue? Nope. So, not aquamarine. Anchor between body and mind. That doesn't seem relevant. I'm going to be real, that doesn't seem super relevant. Isn't there a storm thing? There you go. A symbol of thunder appears on the clasp. Amethyst gemstones can be used to prevent things from changing. Thalamic needles. Huh. I see why those would be controversial. Francesca, hey. I've been trying to get hold of an Ambra. Before she vanished, Verona said it might have something to do with my patients. It almost slipped my mind, but I remember there's one right here in Strange Antiquities. Eli told me himself he keeps it locked behind a ethereal key. I was worried about that. I was worried about that. I was super worried about that. I don't actually know how I access this. An ethereal key is designed to be hidden from prying eyes when activated by moving the object in a circular motion. Gemstones of night power the concealment charm. So we actually are looking for something with onyx in it. An unidentified object with onyx in it? I don't have one of those. Okay, but like I don't have. Yep. That's what I'm working on. Because I think it is probably inside the hour hand. I would bet that there is a, something inside the hour hand. Or maybe not? Huh. Huh. Okay. When this is not moving, can we stick something in it? Said it might have onyx. Onyx or moonstone? Because the concealment charm, it says, is powered by Stone of the Night, which either leaves onyx or moonstone. There is a pendant that has onyx on it. The Siren Ward. No, has obsidian in it. The healing charm has onyx. Soup took longer than expected, but you are back. Hello, welcome back. We are currently trying to solve the mystery of how do we unlock this cabinet. There is a key that is... oh, this one. It's absolutely this one. That's the one that has the key. I just have to figure out how to make this spin. But why can't I... it's like, what is the point of this? Because this has like the spot there that breaks. Because this has onyx and orange, black, pink. So onyx, moonstone, and amber. So this is the ethereal key. But I can't actually place this anywhere around that. That's extremely funny. Oh, that's extraordinarily funny. I literally just needed to, wave it around a bunch. Okay, you were looking for an Ambro, right? Cool, cool, cool. Produce a Noctic field. Noctic is square, circle at the bottom. So this is such a wild point and click game, isn't it? I'm having such a great time with it. So I need square. This circle way down at the bottom. This circle there. It's the swirly guy. Cool. So only one of these guys should produce a swirly guy. Well, that's not it. What do you think is the giant? That produces almost nothing visible whatsoever. That's an extraordinarily weak field. Is it this little man? It's this little man! Hell yeah! Have a little man. Don't worry, she's the doctor. She hasn't slept in 6 days. The item has a symbol of confusion across its face. Produces a Noctic field. Huh. Oh, you're not dead. I don't even know where to start. I think someone tried to kill me yesterday. She had a damned Corvin's might. I'm lucky she didn't know what she was doing, but even so, it was a close thing. So, chat. The hex grazed my face and did this to my hair. Chat. Suppose it was only a matter of time before I created an enemy for myself. I'm gonna need to wash my back. There's some object I can use to warn of imminent danger, isn't there? So we had nothing. Chat. I just work here, you voted. There you go, Potter. Have fun. Peter Leland. I found some poor soul washed up on the lake shore and all. Ah, shit. Drowned. That's not the worst of it. Her eyes were all black, just like the others. I'll take a bones guard. That sucks so much. Small item. Objects bear the mark of the antidote. Verona Green's dead. She got. I'm not even sure we could have done something about it. Is everyone gonna wind up dead? Well, it depends. I suppose. Are we gonna give them the tools to kill each other? Or, we gonna, like, not do that? What do you think the odds are that it's protection poison as the marks? I think the odds are the relevant mark is like protection and poison. Is that poison? Upside down? Poison upside down? Poison upside down. Could offer a trade if you'll accept it. Why do we have another Hand of Glory? Can we stop getting traded Hands of Glory? This is getting ridiculous. Like, y'all. We have got to stop. Well, day 11. The rider was lucky. He made it to Backbarrow and found refuge there and was nursed back to health. He would later discover his left eye was permanently blackened, like his partner's eyes had been. Ooh, a sun and moon. To my left, the day. To my right, the night. What do you think the odds are that that's a catacombs? Spooky. I find the row of 3 tombs in the upper levels of the catacombs. The cool darkness is strangely calming at times down here, and I sit for a while in quiet contemplation. When I rouse from my thoughts, I look down at my feet and find an item there. Had it been there all along? I never noticed it when I sat down. Another little dude! Man, we are rocking out with all the tiny... All the tiny guys? And we are just missing the other half of the pieces there, so let's... Mail for you. I've been hearing a worrying rumor about Verona Green. They're saying she drowned in the lake. I hope, for all our sakes, they're wrong. Agreed. It would be extraordinarily bad. Especially since my boss is at the, in Oxford, instead of anywhere near here. As I descend further into the catacombs, a strange sensation comes over me. It is not fear, although fear is mixed in with it. With cold clarity, I know at once what it is. I have entered an area known as the Depth. A place where few have been, and fewer have returned from. Not even Palians can clear the air here. And render it safe to breathe, but there is a way. Slate miners inhale the vapors produced by a spirit called a wandering shroud. They say it invigorates their senses and stays the mind rot that would otherwise consume them. It would be dangerous to continue exploring down here without following their... No? Okay. We will simply need to save that for after we get a Wandering Shroud. Nancy, you look great. I've done something quite stupid. I went exploring in Heathwood and came across a grave. It was overgrown with dark brambles, so I started to clear them to get a better look at the inscription. I wasn't as careful as I should have been. The thorns were thick and menacing, and I scratched my arm on one of them. I've not felt well since. Please help me. Blackheart. Yeah, understandable. Lamb's siphon is made of the dried seed pod of a sheep snap. No. Hang on. Try that. Ma'am, I don't mean to alarm you, but it seems your blood is haunted. A truth conduit. Thaddeus White, our last main character, the Curator. It's me, chat. Yeah. But tell me everything. As the curator of Vandermeer's Museum of History, Thaddeus is a collector of artifacts and curiosities from around the world. He has an eye for the rare and unusual and enjoys telling the world's unheard stories through his collections. Based. Over the years, he has also amassed a collection of items he does not put on display. Yeah, that's normal, actually. Chat, I've got great news. That's normal. If a museum does have all of its collections on view, it's not a real museum. He does kind of resemble me. I need to grow this out a little bit. And I need to dye this a little bit darker. But otherwise I could totally pull that off. Chat. How many, give me a number between 1 and 100 for how much of a museum's collections are typically on view. One? Yeah. Yeah. 1 to 3. I did the math for my museum. It's like just a smidge under 2. We have, if you count our archival collections, we have like a little bit over 40,000 objects. And we can have on view fewer than 1,000 because we don't have space. These are known as dark articles. Anyway, I'm the curator of the museum here in Undermere. I'd have to grow it out. Eli and I have a oh, he's Eli's brother. Of course he is. Don't all siblings? I don't tend to come by the shop much anymore, but I already had left town for a few days. I wanted to bring him this, but I knew he'd only turn me away without even looking at it. Huh. It's a neat piece. You gonna tell me what it is? Oh. Thaddeus! Simone Green. I hope my mother— oh no. I've lost count of the amount of gossip I've heard about her misdeeds over the years. The truth is, when she gets stuck into a mystery, she's been known to disappear for days at a time. In the meantime, I believe I found another clue in the journal. The text directly before this is largely illegible, but I was able to make it a reference to a vault of some kind. Come on. 3 resonant objects. Lightest first, heaviest last. Okay, but I don't really know what resonant means. Immersion broken. Doesn't immediately info dump. True and real. You're so correct. Huh. Okay. Well, we have a resonance compass, don't we? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. In Ambra. No. I don't want to put it on there yet. Let's put it there. Uh... Elvastone. Well. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Uh... Oh, I am inverted. I should do this correctly, huh? There we go. That's better with the other journal fragment. Produced by a diurnal seal made from silver produces a diurnal field. Yeah, I haven't figured that out yet. An object made from silver that produces a diurnal field. The crank, we already solved that. We already took care of that. It's done. We figured it out. That's how we got this little booklet on curses. What's something made from silver? I don't have a lot of silver objects anyway. And that's not a diurnal field. So, yeah. That's a Noctic field, because duh. Right, the weird thing is, a silver thing that produces a, diurnal field is quite, like, unexpected. Like, bronze. I guess this has silver. But that's notably not a diurnal field. So that's gold with green gemstones. Does that silver obelisk make? Is this silver or is this stone? That's stone and gold. Limestone. That's pewter. That's iron. That's bone and clay and gold. So this is the only one I really have no idea on, right? You do nothing? You produce no field whatsoever. Huh. That's not a... That's stone. It remains a mystery. Robertson! Hey, are you mad at me? I got a fright when they brought the body of that poor drowned woman to me with those lifeless black eyes. I thought for sure it was Rhoda at first. She does look like her. But we're quite certain— oh, thank God. We're quite certain it's a lady from Hogshead who went missing a few days ago. There's one thing I can't get out of my head, though. Why would she try and swim across the lake? Meantime, Verona's still missing. I don't like to use atomic needles as a rule, but the circumstances are beyond the rulebook. We need answers. So it's tall. That doesn't seem right. What's the symbol of mind? Mentic of the mind. Uh-huh. Huh. What's a relevant gemstone? Wixit, no. Diurnic, Wixic, Dradic, Wixic, Diurnic, Dradic. Blue or dark green? A tall thing that is blue or dark green, with blue or dark green gemstones could be an option. Or what are those symbols? Sideways hourglass is deception. Don't like that. No. Weakness? Neither of those are relevant. So it's none of the other statuettes. Square with an X, that's strength. So that's probably not relevant. I don't know. I have an idea. I have an idea. Wrong book. Top and that goes down to the bottom. That goes up to the top. That's Mintic. In other words, I'm reasonably certain it's this. Huh. That's not as heated as I would have hoped. So I have to just hold it here for a while. That doesn't seem to really be getting lighter. I'm still pretty sure this is correct. Because this has the mind... Well, no, it doesn't have the mind symbol on it. It has a weird inversion of it. It actually produces a diurnic symbol. So... That's also diurnic, though. Huh. Okay. What's your weight? Just over a pound. Pretty sure this is something different, but we're being thorough here. What were the other stones for Mentic? This one's got kyanite in it. No, that's turquoise. So that's amber, topaz. That also doesn't seem to be really getting lighter. This is all sorts of kyanite, isn't it? This has 3 things of kyanite in it. Does it get heavier when it's heated? No. It gets lighter when it's heated. So that's just over 2 pounds. I feel like there must be another way of heating this. Well, I guess let's see if this has a Mentic field associated with it. It does. This does have the Mentic field. So, I'm going with this one. Oh, I am incorrect. Okay then. Okay. Maybe hold the candle up to it while it's on the... Well, we know it's not this one, so... Hold the candle up to it while it's on the scale. Yeah. Maybe? Yep. Okay. Loam. Reverse the signs of aging. Well, just be good. Don't get hit again. The people are afraid. They are right to be, but it is too late for them. They are of no use to us, but you might be. Prove yourself, and perhaps Holgar will deem you worth saving. I require an object to steady my relentless congregation and remind them why I am the one to lead us through this turbulent time. They respect strength and power above all else. Well, that means we get choices. Chat, we have 2 choices. Choice number 1. Affordnance, which can enhance physical strength or restore strength that has been sapped by exertion or hex. They are made of stone or iron and take the form of a small totem. Or we could hand off a Morgan's Folly, which can be revealed to induce a trance-like state in anyone who casts their eye upon it, making them open to suggestibility. Chat, you know the drill. We've got a pull. So the poll is now open. You have 1 minute. You have 1 minute. A Morgan's Folly. Get those votes in while you can. While it's running, I'm going to refill my drink. BRB. Chat, you can't do this to me. Chat, why are you all like this? Fine. That means I get to choose, and I know that that's a ordinance. So, meh. That's what you get. You know? Hope we don't regret that. Yeah, well, I was going to hunt around for which one had a hidden symbol. Well, it wasn't that hard, actually. I'm going to be real. That was a lot less... Morgan's golly! That was a lot less hard than I thought it was going to be. It was leaning for forwardness before you tied it for because you could. Incredible. I love that for you. The writer's partner was the less fortunate. They found his frozen body a week later. Yes. Hello. I am marked by Jupiter. That's not good. Explore catacombs. Do I think this is likely a catacomb spot? I need to look up what the hermetic symbol of Jupiter is. 10. Which one of you fools is made by 10? Weird 4. Thank you. Well, better idea. The mark of Jupiter on my map leads me to a square room on the ground floor. Other than the intriguing torn note there, it doesn't seem to be anything of interest until I notice the bookshelf is mounted on a runner and can slide to one side. I push it and it glides easily, revealing a hidden recess in the wall behind it. The castle vaults are blocked by a diurnic seal. It can be opened by any object made from silver or gold that produces a diurnic field. Okay. Now we just have to figure out what's a. Now we just have to figure out what a gold object that produces a diurnic field is. Is this diurnic? No. I knew that wasn't diurnic. Why did I think it, why did I bother checking? Is this gold? No, that's bronze. The one made from silver and gold does not produce the right type of field. It's a good thought, but that's not a diurnal field. Spirit Eye? Nope. Resonance Compass? Produces nothing of note. Alright, Moonstone Guardian, my beloved. Yeah! Alright, that cat's gonna let us break into the castle. The vaults are locked by a large iron door. It has no handle or keyhole and does not give them the slightest when I push against it. I realize that it's been thalamically sealed, but that's not much help. It's not clear what I need to open it. The door slides open without a sound, as though it has been kept well oiled over the years. Behind it I find a large natural cavern that extends into the rock behind the castle. Somewhat disappointingly, the walls are lined with racks of whiskey bottles instead of the rows of artifacts I was picturing. When I show Edmund, he is delighted and spends some time examining the dusty shelves. It is not long before he makes a find that I'm surprised I missed. I return to the shop with a spring in my step and a curious item that demands further study. The Bishop's Square is a simple tool of my great-great-grandfather's devising, loosely based on a Briar's disc. By all accounts, he was an impressive man, but it would seem his mind began to fail him at the end. Perhaps he spent too long studying his Zia. He imagined invisible enemies coming away to steal his most prized possessions. And so, he began hiding them about at the castle, noting their locations in a code that only he understood. Huh. Bronze. Those are seasonal. Those are our season symbols. Those are season symbols. Mars in winter, rising in summer. So we're looking at iron, so... Planetary summer is the circle. The smells and sounds of cooking greet me as I enter the castle kitchens. I feel a little foolish as I try to avoid the cook's glares while following the clues left to me by a mad old man. What was I thinking? I wasn't going to find anything here. And yet, on the exact spot where the map leads me, there is something. A floorboard that has been cut and replaced. With a little difficulty, I lift it up and feel around in the cavity below before my fingers grasp something hard. Another little guy! Oh, we are so in it. Let's see if there's another spot for it. Any other writing sigils or marks that would suggest needing the Bishop Square? Doesn't seem to be. Cool. That's fine. That's fine. Not right now, anyway. And that's half the battle. Okay, we have gotten so many guys. This guy's super spicy. I'm gonna be real. Frost, heat, ice. So that's fire. Phosphor now. What is that? Ice? Ice. And... paralysis. That's fire, ice, paralysis in order. That's probably not good. James Herschel. I can't say too much, but it's fallen to me to carry a secret that people would kill for. That people have killed for. It's a lot of weight to carry around in my head. It's getting harder to bear around certain family members. It occurred to me it would be safer and ecumenical. You make a good point. It sure would be. Receptacle that features a memento mori. That's a diurnal. That's not the right. That's not the Mensa. S. How about this little guy? No. There's only so many things that have Memento Mori on them. Alright, chat, we're pulling down all the things with skulls. It could also be this box. That is Mentic. And it does have the hourglass symbol. A shadow anchor. Sometimes used in the practice of shadow casting, the art of projecting one's presence outside of the body. Without an anchor, minds have been known to become lost. A field from the individual branch, though. David Schaefer. What's up, dude? People are getting restless. The followers of Hulgar have been marching through the streets with that crazed priest at their head. Not long ago, that sort of behavior would have been tolerated in Undermere. Now there are people joining in. That's not good. In answer to your question, yes, it's possible to capture a wandering shroud. To the north of town, if you follow the little stream up through the woods, you'll come out on a hilltop that was clearly of some ancient significance. It is not uncommon to see wandering shrouds. Thank you. Town. Little stream up through the woods, you'll come out on a hilltop. I assume that's the little stream. I will need to be prepared. We'll come out on the barrows, and we'll catch something in the shroud. Sit and wait, quietly and patiently, not certain exactly what I'm looking for. For some time, nothing happens. And then, long after my mind has drifted towards a warm fire and a hearty supper, I notice a movement in the corner of my eye. A strange, thin mist has formed near one of the barrows. It seems to produce a sort of dark light, a contradiction that my eyes have trouble perceiving clearly. The ethereal creature, for surely this is a creature of some kind, ambles towards the vault that I have left out for this purpose, and I daren't breathe as it slowly nestles itself within the receptacle. I breathe deeply from the spirit vault and it clears my mind. I don't care to linger too long down here, but I forge on until I reach the unmistakable Hall of Shields. A stone sarcophagus sits on a raised portion of rock in the center of the cavern. I hold the torch close to better see the inscription on the side of the tomb. It reads, "The sun's light will reveal my gift." The sun bond banishes the darkness in an instant, half blinding my gloom-adjusted eyes, and bringing summer's warmth to the cold cavern. Blinking and squinting, I notice that one of the shields in particular is glowing in the bright light. I reach up and pull the shield down to reveal a small cavity hewn into the rock behind it. Inside is a blood-red urn. Awesome! Rad! So fun. So enjoyable. What's up? I got to thinking after I left earlier, transferring the secret to an ecumenical only adds an extra step. Yes, it's safer than walking around with it in my head, but I would know where to find it. What I really need is a truth conduit, so I can deceive them into thinking I know nothing at all. Uh-huh. Cool. These items are used by tricksters and swindlers to distort and deceive. They do not warrant the designation of dark article that someone to apply to them, but they can and have been used maliciously. There you go. Have a little guy. Abrasive method. Cool. Evelyn Bennett. I have never felt more tired or devoid of life. An apathy has settled in my bones that I do not seem able to shift. But while I still have breath in my lungs, I will not succumb without a fight. By the grace of Grey, I will find a way forward. Agreed. You absolutely can. Share the design of a shadow catcher. Shadow catcher is also used on a shadow hold, so that's that symbol. Huh. So that's the shadow hold. Oh. It's this. There you go. Have fun. Barden, how you doing, bud? I've had a tip-off about something exciting. Have you come across the so-called nameless gods? Did you know that the tall stones you sometimes find in high places were once doorways of a kind? And here's the exciting part. An inscription has appeared on the stone that sits atop Weatherlim. This is where you come in. I'm confident that a pit will open the doorway. The other option is Babelia to read the inscription. But they say if you read the language of the nameless gods, you become cursed, which I can't say I like the sound of. I'm leaning towards the more direct approach, but then again, that could be dangerous too. So we have options. We have a Babelia, which is a Mentic field, or it's something that looks like a Mentic field, but it does not produce one. Or a pit, which the three different elements that make up a pit allegedly represent the earth, the sun, and death. The Dradic, the Diurnic, and the Noctic. The energies balance in such a way that the objects do not produce a recognizable thaumic field. Alright, chat, you know what to do. Get those votes in! Exclusively good things will happen. How much do you trust our buddy? How much do you trust our buddy? So we're trying to... There's an inscription on a tall stone, and we can... Barden can either translate it, or he can just open the doorway and see what happens. It's supposed to be a cursed inscription about nameless gods. So he's like, I'm leaning towards just opening the door and seeing what happens. But he gave us both options. All right, the Babelia. Okay. Huh. Well. Mentic. Boop. It's that pattern? Big circle, little circle, thing, stuff. Yeah. Cool. So it's an object that resembles it, but does not produce that huh. This one. Because this actually produces a diurnal thing. Thank you. I hope this works. Here's a token of my appreciation. Something for you to ponder over. Woo! A new thingamajig. Well, that was an incredibly successful day. End day. Good luck, dude! Day 13. With dreams of earning his fortune long banished from his mind, the man brought the casket to a trusted friend, the curator of a museum in Undermere. Together, they looked for answers. Oh, dude, you know how much I wish we had this language rock? Like IRL? Are you kidding me? Save! I am buried with the Knight of Thorns. Huh. Well, that's probably not great. There's dates on some of these. So, we go Strange Artifacts. Index. Knight of Thorns. 1536. Sorry, 1356. The tomb of the Knight of Thorns resides along in an ossuary filled with unknown dead from the Battle of Sutherfell. It's an unpleasant place that I do not plan to linger in. Happily, I am able to find the item I came for without any difficulty, and I quickly leave and don't look back until I am out in the bright of day once more. Another fun piece. Alright, we gotta do some reorganizing. Like, let's get our unknowns really all the way over here. Get all of our unknowns all the way out there. Unknown there. Unknown there. Unknown there. Unknown there. Unknown there. Known there. Known there. Unknown there. That's a weight, that's not where you belong. You're a candle, that's super not where you belong. Put our candles back up. And we're so good. Can't have them melting into the shells, getting wax and everything. You understand completely. I know some people claim not to fear death. They say that dying scares them, but not death itself. Not me. Not the great Thomas Pope. Give me pain. Give me fear. If I can feel that I know I'm alive. Going back to the nothingness. That's what I fear. I'm going to do my best to live to forever, starting today with a loam. That's gonna go not good for you, bud. There's rules about these things. Sometimes called a Hand of Jupiter or a Fire Palm, a loam is an item with enticing power. They can reverse the signs of aging, but anyone who has played that game knows they can only last so long before time catches up. And when it does, it often hits harder. Huh. Is he the guy who has a dog? I thought it was a different guy who had the dog. Presumably need the thaumic symbol for fire, which is, that. That's the thaumic symbol for fire. But I don't know what the other one is. Wax. So that's fire and wax right there. Or chills my blood to hold it. I have nothing to remark. It's cold. It's polished. Oh, this is made of tin. There we go. Tin's the Jupiter symbol. And it's got the triangle, which is fire. Cassander. The eyes of a Cassander focus the power through the mind, yada yada. Think Tom is the owner of Hamish, but you missed the star stream. It's been a few days since I played. I thought it was the other guy. There's been an unexpected death in the family. It has hit all of us quite hard, but particularly my husband. I would like to gift him a heart chamber. Alright, we'll see what we can do. There's a vast skull in the catacombs said to be the beast of Blencathra, Holgar's followers, a trapped soul. Ba, ba, ba. So... Tiny coffin? Yeah, I like it. Because it's got the same mask as here. Great shout. Great shout. A bridge... I don't suppose Arcanist or Emmett are still here. Are you guys? By the way, it's one of the things that I super duper like about this game is, yeah, right? You ID'd it as the necklace over the heart of the illustration, but you could also identify it as having the same as the Holger Grimm. And you could also just kind of intuit it as it has to be a heart chamber, needs to be a container of some flavor, and that none of these were containers. Oh, good. How are you doing? Did you ever work out what that Bishop Square thingy was? I suddenly remember this note I found some time ago, and it occurred to me that it might be related. I almost threw it away, but it intrigued me, so I held on to it. Now I haven't a clue what it means. Blessings in spring, rising in autumn. Cool. What is blessings? Calm, confusion, death, life, paralysis, poison, deception, fear, foresight, protection, strength, truth, fortune. I guess it could be fortune. Oh no, blessings. There we go. Well, time to go exploring. Back to the castle. The stairs on the symbols on the map lead me up the winding stair of the North Tower. The pendant has been carefully hidden, but knowing where to look means that does not take me long. And I am soon on my way back to the shop with a new trinket to add to our growing collection. Boop. Boop. Thaddeus, how you doing, bud? Something isn't right at the museum. I'm worried it's all my fault. I'd hoped my brother would be back by now. I've had an idea, though. I'm no thaumaturge, but I think I can weaken it using a witherance. Oh, dear me, this had better work. Alright, bud, don't panic. We'll see what we can do. A witherance is the inverse of a affordance, and is sometimes put to a more malicious use. This can be crafted by stone, but are more likely made of wood. Hey, I think our boss is going to be proud of us. Affordance is used for strength. The opposite of this is weakness. Oh, well, there's the folium. Holding like this stuff is technically in the job description, exactly. My mind is severed. Need. Mether. Remind me which of the methods it is? It should be the solemn one. There you go, guys. Have fun. A Wixic cord. Despite the name, these do not produce a Wixic field. They belong to the diurnal branch. Cool, 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 cool. Why did we name it that? Who came up with these names? Oh, Robertson, how you doing? I've discovered something via the thalamic needle. The woman who tried to swim across the lake was compelled to do so by some invisible force. She was looking for something, and whatever it is, it's right here in Undermere. That's not all. I decided to experiment with the Ambra. When I was under its spell, I heard whispers. Something was calling to me, and it left me feeling terribly afraid. This must be what's keeping my patients in the trance-like state. I've never used a Guardian Siren before, but it occurred to me that I might be able to use it to drown out the whispers. Let's see what we can do. Guardian Siren. Huh. Similar in form to thalamic needles. Which one's our thalamic needle? That? Try that. I didn't bother to closer inspect it, I'm just good like that. An invisible light that peels back the years, allowing a glimpse into the past. Well, that's awesome. Hey, that's this. I'm gonna use this on everything. I would use this on literally everything. Are you kidding me? An object that produces the light that lets you see into the past? You know how awesome that is? The Curator learned that the Nalian Casket is a dark article, a class reserved for the most cursed and the most dangerous of objects. He locked it away deep within the museum's archive, along with other such artifacts that are best kept from public eyes. I am under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Under the barn where the axe meets the tree? Undermere Church, Jacob's Folly, Wordsworth, Colgarth Hall, Bleakstones, Mary Bell, Gallifrey's Tower, Mossy Wood, The Pit, Undermere Station, The Common, Black Twinings, Market Square, Keystone Manor, Spoken Word Music. I don't think it's Royston Farm. There is another farm up here, Greywood Farm. I am under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Hang on. Woodcutter's Lane and Pine Road. I'm occasionally good at logic puzzle, like word games. Every once in a blue moon I can manage a word game. Hey, any word from your mother? Good morning, Auntie. Yes, Auntie, you too, Jupiter. I'm getting more concerned about my mother. Hearing about the poor lady who drowned frightened me. But she'll turn up. She always does. I've had another breakthrough. This time I'm certain it's a clue that leads to another hidden part of strange antiquities. From the individual, a stone for dark purposes. From the celestial, a stone of the earth. From the diurnal, a stone of death. Okay. That should be that. Celestial stone of the earth is jade. Also, I need to go over here. Nope. I need to get this book back into the shelf so I can actually refer to it. That. So, stone of the earth. That gives a celestial field. I guess I should see what the two celestial fields are. That's the triangle. Yeah, that one will work. And then from the diurnal, stone of death. Which is the death stone? Yes. Vivianite. You know, fair enough. I don't have a lot of things with Vivianite in it, do I? Do I have anything with Vivianite? I really don't remember having a lot of Vivianite items. Is there another death stone? Sunstone, water, darkstone for dark purposes, calming, mentic, selenic. Could be onyx. Could be onyx, but it really feels like that's supposed to be Vivianite. I feel like I don't have anything with... Because that's onyx. So I guess we could try that. Nope. Because the dark blue-green is the part that's tricky. Turquoise, green, blue. It's a green gemstone. You're just blue porcelain. Pale yellow, turquoise, orange. The stone on the withered hand. It's a ring. It's a gold ring. I did think I had something that was Vivianite. But I do not know what it was. That's all limestone, that's gold and bronze. Painted. Eyes appear to be small green gemstones. Cool. That's weird. Cause, right, individual a stone for dark purposes. It's that 100% of the time. Like, bloodstone from the celestial stone of the earth, that's jade, that's the eye of Kerninos. And yeah, maybe I just don't have a thing with Vivianite. It's not going to be a stone with a death symbol on it, right? I suppose it might be. But it really seems like it's supposed to be just this blue-green corpse stone. The one with the constellation? There are two with constellations. But the constellations are that, like there, those are amethysts. And then the Ares remnant is also amethysts. So and thus far, it really has been that pretty much everything that we get, anytime we get a note, we are just immediately able to solve it. Like, there really have not been very many cases where there's a thing that we just can't solve yet. But, you know, we'll keep an eye out. We'll just keep an eye out. Is there a thing we haven't gone from the castle? Not yet. Thank you for the method. I have seen into the yawning deep. I've seen beauty beyond the comprehending mind. The price is steep, but I pay it gladly. My shadow anchor, broken, must replace. Thank you, Angel. I was like, I knew we had something. I knew we had something. But I couldn't remember what. Oh. Ooh, more malachite. Don't mind if I do. Alright, shadow anchor. They're sometimes used in the practice of shadow casting. They're either projecting one's presence outside of the body without an anchor. They will always produce a field from the individual branch. Cool. So, importantly, I guess we need to go take a look at what our two individual branches can be. So we do that. Then we have so we either have the crossed swoopy guys. I know descriptive. I'm so good at words. Or we have the sine waves. Kirby tic-tac-toe board or sine waves. Nope. Nope. Also, yes, pendant or totem. Well, this is going just grand. Well, that's promising. We'll hold this guy out as a potential. Were there any others up here that are worth taking a look at? Great. Great, 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 great. Cool. We have two options. This guy produces the mind. I think it's this one, by the way. No? Okay then. Let's just make sure that there's no one else I could have missed. Spicy hand? Spicy hand is diurnal. Really? Why is the fire... That seems so strange. Okay, it's neither of those. That's not good. To the hints! Thinking that either my gemstone or my symbol book will come in useful here. Thank you. Fine. Kyanite. Oh, well, this guy was doing it too, and I just didn't notice it. I just overlooked that guy. Nephric Wand. Well, just get good here. For the last couple of guys. Ah, you again. You have shown yourself to be a useful ally in these worrying times. Keep one eye on the lake in the coming days. When blackened eyes seek the casket and waters turn to midnight, perform the sacrament and have faith in Holgar. The sacrament is a baptism ceremony in which one's life is pledged to the warrior god Holgar. It is performed by a blood priest within a stone circle. In spring, a charm of green growth. In summer, a pendant of the yellow sun. In autumn, an instrument of the red night. In winter, a totem of blue fire. You have pet your cat. Phenomenal. Afraid this letter was sorted incorrectly and has ended up doing a round trip to Kendall and back. Better late than never. Probably not, actually. I spent a long time looking for an object that is believed to have been lost somewhere in the catacombs. My adventurer and thaumaturge Marwyn left a trail to her hidden stash, or so the story goes. I followed it as far as the ossuary of the damned, a chilling bone-filled alcove carved into a natural chamber in the upper levels, but it seems her markings have been worn away by time after that. I pass on this story to you in the hope that you can succeed where I have failed. I'm able to follow Marwyn's trail for a while, but the carved markings are faded and worn by centuries of weathering. By the time I reached the ossuary, I could no longer make them out at all. Fortunately, I've always wanted an excuse to use a Carrick's candle. No! Damn it. Literally me so much. Stalagmites retreat under the light of the candle as they hold it aloft and search the shifting rock walls for any signs of Marwyn's trail. Suddenly, I see it. An M etched into the rock as clear as if it had been carved yesterday. I follow the trail in an excited hurry, tripping and stumbling as the candle distorts the height of the floor, until I come to its end at a small boulder. Rolling the rock to one side, I reach behind it and reclaim Marwyn's lost treasure. Oh, another little guy. Fabulous. Barden, how you doing? Characterized by the corrosive of the flesh, burning, poison of the mind, torment's paralysis. Oh, I like that little guy. It's a good little guy. Torment's bane. They emit. Okay. Diurnic field pattern that can be rolled. Thank you. I don't even know how I managed to get down from Weatherlim. Everything went dark after reading the inscription on the tall stone, but somehow I knew if I made it to strange antiquities, I'd be okay. Through the darkness, I received a message from the Nameless Ones. They seek an item called the Nalian Casket. If we give it to them, they promise to free those it has infected. I don't think we have a choice. At least we can be certain of one thing. If they have the casket, they will not allow it to be opened. All they desire, all they value, is power, and opening the casket will release all of its contained power. Okay, but that's not good. The time has come to decide, Thaumaturge. The casket wants to be opened. The casket will be opened. Nothing can stop it now, and yet there is still a part of this mind that will not be quieted. Help me to calm the clamoring rage inside my mind. This is your chance to elevate yourself above the scurrying ants that absently crawl through their meaningless lives. Oh boy, we have a choice. These resonant objects give off a faint odor that will be familiar to any thaumaturge. It is the scent of the storm, of ozone, and power, the scent of magic. When these vapors are inhaled deeply, they can unlock deep wells of anger and channel them into a maelstrom. This is the power of the west wind. Or the abrasive mether. This type of method is used to purge unwanted memories. As with any procedure that can alter the mind, it should be used sparingly and considerately. Alright. Get your votes in. What's the entry on this affliction? There is no entry on this affliction. This is the plot. This is the spicy plot thing that everyone's been having problems with the black eyes. She's been hit by fatal plot disease. And, I will observe, the bold-faced text on Verona Green doesn't seem good. I'm going to be real, chat. Doesn't seem awesome. Full send chaos? Full send chaos. Alright. So yeah, we'll get something that'll help calm that real fast. Don't worry about it. An unidentified resonant object. Okie dokie. Just confirm this thing resonates, yes. This thing resonates. That's kind of it. I have nothing to remark on any of those. Stone with gold. Feeling of disquiet lances through the body. Nothing to remark there. Like that of a brewing storm. There you go. Have fun! For the ritual of the broken path, a grist is heating slowly of the flame. Oh, good. Bye. This is totally what you asked for. Mm-hmm. Yep. Trust. The sacrament is a baptism ceremony. It's done inside a stone circle. I don't suppose there's a stone circle here. I'm quite worried. Like, that's the stone circle. The bleak stones stand in their circle in quiet defiance of time. Well, fair enough. We'll end the day so we get a reset on time. The problem with storing powerful dark artifacts is that slowly, inevitably, the darkness seeps out. No refunds! Aww. Jupiter, I'm getting a toy for you. That's not helpful. What the heck, dude? That's what I'm trying to see. Is this plausibly a street map? I don't think that compass... I think that's just that we have to explore. Not that that's actually lining us up. God, this is not a fun one. Because that's not the right turn there. Wish we could reduce opacity on the card, right? Yeah, I'd agree, like... Maybe it's catacombs? It could be catacombs. It's totally catacombs. Great shout on that. Inhaling deeply from the spear of fall to stave off the madness of the depths, I make my way carefully down crumbling passageways past decaying crypts. Placed carelessly on top of the tomb is a collection of clay pots. Some lie in pieces, but most are whole. At first the collection seems unremarkable, but one in particular stands out, and I take it back up to the surface to get a closer look. Oh, look at those incisions! Beautiful. What a beautiful thing to find. And... I wonder what this is. Are there other stone circles around? Like, I knew that there was that one. The eye. Do I know what the eye is? Like, those are barrows. Those are clearly stones, standing stones. Ay, 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 ay. Well, let's risk it here. Oh. Alright. It at least didn't hurt me. You know? Had enough of, like, things of note that it didn't actually punish me for that. Past that, I don't see any standing stones. Nah, there's no standing stones in the quarry. We might be able to go visit it for fun. The quarry on the outskirts of Undermere is a relatively recent addition to the town. It was opened by a man named Thomas Pope just over a decade ago, and has been in daily operation ever since, supplying limestone for use in construction across the county and beyond. Oh. Okay, so I can just visit the random ones around here whenever I want. Let's get some flavor. Ah, the town hall. A bloated, ineffective institution tangled in its own rules and regulations. For the greater good, we were promised, but nothing ever changes in Undermere. I have no interest in going inside. The Museum of History has a quiet grandeur lined with row upon row of trinkets and curiosities. It's not unlike strange antiquities in that regard, though I doubt there's much of use to me here. The curator ushered me away. Alien, I have an agreement here. No, you're not to take anything from the museum. The greater good. Marion Lancaster. Someone very dear to me has fallen ill. I would like a nephroquant. Don't be concerned, dear. I've used one before and know what I'm doing. I'm gonna be concerned anyway. Like, my job is to give you the information you want. But, Cool. Huh. I don't think I have a good idea here. Thanks for showcasing the game. Good night. Well, thank you. Thank you for hanging out, Kieran. It's lovely to have you. Well. Necromancers who use them in rituals of resurrection. And it has to be something wearable. And everything on this shelf has still been identified or is, I guess, limestone, engraved symbols. But what is that symbol that's engraved on it? Paralysis. Paralysis. So that's not a good look. It's definitely something unusual. Can't tell if the low hum is coming from this or your own imagination. It feels unusual, not hot, but energetic somehow. Okay. Nothing to remark. The eyes pierce your soul. So this is a potential. Bronze with gemstones. It vibrates with energy. There must be another hint here. Braxis. Hmm. Bronze. Smooth. Nothing to remark there, and a strong sense of being watched. Okay. Well. There's definitely something unusual about this item. You can't put your finger on it, though. The power became bound to them such that even if they were to remove them... I guess let's check if there's anything else for resurrection. There is not. Anything else on death? Lots of things on death, but... yeah. A lot of death things there, a lot of death things there. Oh wowie, a skull and a blossom, you'd say that's unusual, right? Hello Luperus, how are you doing? I'm tempted to say that this is the thing, right? That this is the item they're looking for as a Nephroquant. Is it the withered hand? Ooh, I like that thought. Or if it's, I should say specifically the ring. I like the thought. Good, good. Kakat, huge. A dread vivant. Oh, hey, that's what this is. Third hand. Balance of death and life with an unusual power. My third hand, you use it for evil? Look, we've gotten so many hands that are just definitely evil. Please do pay us a visit. We have some items that we're confident will be of interest to you. Hey, I got you, fam. Like, you could have just brought them over. The man who dropped off his card introduces himself as the owner of the Twinings, an unusual, sprawling series of grotto-like rooms filled with handcrafted carpentry, ironmongery, and pottery. He leads me past wooden chairs and strange iron contraptions to a room unlike the other. This one is filled with various trinkets, ornaments, and jars of various sizes, containing ominous-looking liquids and organic materials. I know it might not look like much, but there are some items of value among the junk here, says the man. Take your time and let me know if you find anything interesting. 2 hours later, I have indeed unearthed something very interesting. And I'm eager to take back to the shop for... oh, jeez. Okay, so... I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is we're about to run a discount sale on evil hands. The bad news is that's because evil skulls are coming into vogue. I'm leaving the Twinings with my haul when a man shouts at me from across the street. As I look around, annoyed, I notice to my horror that the man's eyes are as black as coal. He rushes towards me and I stumble backwards, fumbling with the strap of my satchel as I try to grab an item to stop him. The Wixit cord, which notably, let me be very clear, not Wixit. Medusa stones. Alright, chat. I mean, let's just check. Oh, I've been letting the Tormund's Bane just kind of hang out down there. Huh. Is this diurnal? Damn it. I was so sure that that would be the one. Fine. Fine. It's fine. It's fine, I'm not mad. Cool. What else is going to produce paralysis effects? That's also not diurnal. Okay, I just don't have that many options available. So, like... that's diurnal. And it has a stone. But it doesn't seem right. Like, how can you proclaim a skull as evil? Phrenology? So problematic. In this case, it is the bloodstone. It's the fact that the stone on the left, is the stone of death and decay, and the stone on the right is the assassin stone. Vivianite and bloodstone. So, I defend my claims. Is there ominous chanting? There's not currently ominous chanting. I don't know. There really aren't that many stones with diurnal that are in the diurnal school. Seriously, where are my other undiscovered guys? I guess you're diurnal. No, you're indeterminate. You're weird. I don't know what to make of you. I don't like you very much. Maybe it's you. You all... nope. Solidly not you. Maybe it's you? Nope, solidly not you. The diurnal field is... that one. So this does. I keep wanting the fact that it's called a Medusa stone to say, oh, it's imbued with the symbols for paralysis. I guess this does. It's not really a stone, though. That does an extremely weak thing. That does... I think that's Noctic. So, who's all not... so So I guess let's examine these. Bronze with a stone. Nothing remarkable there, nothing remarkable there. I'm pretty sure that's what this is. This is the Dread Vivant, I think. The power rising up of Dread is subtle but invigorating. Isn't there a gem or something for paralysis? Let's see. We've got pale blue or turquoise, dark stone, iolite, that dark purple, right? Iolite, if we had another iolite thing, that would be my go-to. But I was hoping one of the two symbols with paralysis would definitely matter here. Thank you. So kind of you. Well, we're still in the green right now, so let's throw that. Okay, yeah. Fine. Hint 2. It's not... Right, the diurnal branch. To my relief, the man goes diurnal, not diurnic. I'm stupid. When I finally come to my senses, I realize I should alert Dr. Robertson. By the time I return to the Twinings, the man is nowhere to be seen. Hey, Edmund, how you doing? Something bad is about to happen. The ravens know it. My grandfather once taught me how to use a Cassander to see the paths ahead, but I saw what it did to him and vowed never to touch one again after he died. But gnawing worry of what is coming has become too much for me. Alright, well. The eyes of Cassander focus the power of the mind, enabling those skilled enough to see the paths ahead. These items do not produce a mentic field, but rather a more mysterious selenic field. Care should always be taken with any object of prophecy, and these are no different. Alright, time to figure out what the selenic field is. Cool, that's just this down one. That's the double helix. Huh. Let me see if the green gemstones are relevant. Dark green are striated. Do I think that that's I think so. No? Well, that's not good. Let's try this again, but with more feeling. A weaving edge is used to enter the red knight. Oh, good. Tell me that there's nothing else. Gilbert gives me something nice. There always seems to be something going on in Undermere. The sooner I get this sorted and be on my way, my better. My uncle gave me a ring and I have nothing but bad fortune ever since. I'm starting to think it might be cursed. Is there any way to uncurse it? Yeah. I got you, fam. Get out of here. Go. I've been researching ancient customs, particularly those related to thaumaturgy, and I'm fascinated about the use of objects in ritual ceremonies. If you're able to get your hands on a gris, I would be very interested in studying it further. Alright, we probably have one in here. We've got so much other stuff. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So, I guess, let's just pull everything that we don't... everything that we have not identified yet. We're going to move down. That's, I think, what we're going to do, because I'm losing track of what I have not identified. It's going to be a big problem. This maybe isn't so useful. Also, yes. It needs the Wixic pattern, which means I need to go over here and go, okay, cool, yup, nope, incorrect. That one. You can squash an awful lot of things onto that shelf. It actually makes it way less useful, I'm going to be real. Cool. So we're looking for the sine wave. Among the unidentified objects, we're looking for a sine wave. And once we find something that has a sine wave, we will, stop putting things in hammer space. Oh, stop it. And we'll start doing something else. That's so difficult to identify. This has the sine wave. This also has fire in its symbols, and paralysis. Fire, ice, and paralysis, I believe, are the symbols on that one. This also has an extremely weak Wixic field. Cool. So those should basically be the candidates, are those two. So, examination. Hard and cool, hard and cool, hard and cool. There's a chalky black residue. Like soot? A chalky black residue consistent with soot? Also, I do have to wonder if this name is related to a, like, a Gigi, right, Haitian, talismanic pouch. The rest of the detail looks nothing like it. But I do have to wonder if there's some relationship there, just in the name. Leopold Morris, what's up? There's been a basilisk sighting in the hills across the river from Bachbarrow. I won't say I'm a brave man, but I have a duty to protect my livestock and my village. Better me than a young man with his life ahead of him. I've come to prepare my sword. You'll want this then. Robertson, what's up? They've escaped! First my patients grew agitated when I used the Gaudian siren, but then I had a breakthrough. Vivian Cartwright woke up. She seemed lucid, calm even. I made a stupid mistake in losing her restraint. I don't know what happened, whether the siren stopped working or pressed it never worked and she tricked me. But almost immediately she changed back and turned violent. Before I knew it, she had managed to free the others. We tried to stop them, but they fought their way out of the hospital. I have no idea where they've gone. Cool, cool. Not terrible at all. What? The last day coming up. Almost imperceptibly, the casket began to absorb the crepuscular power that had leached into the stone and the earth of its lightless tomb. Eh? There we go, that's the right design. Half Moon! Alright, Half Moon Catacomb. Is that the only Half Moon one? The air is stifling in the darkness, and the claustrophobia of the tunnels almost overwhelms me as I press on. I remind myself that there are few who venture down here, which means the chances for an interesting find are higher. Doesn't take long for my search to bear fruit. I don't think that's a good little guy. I'm gonna be real. Not such a fan. Again, I don't know what this one does. I don't know what the deal with that piece is. It's clearly got something to do with this. But what? I couldn't possibly say. Well, let's get started. Thaddeus, you're not dead. Congratulations. The Witherance was a terrible idea. I've only gone to make things worse. Oh, Eli was back. He'd know what to do. Some years ago now, a friend brought an item to me, a black casket, and I learned that it was a dark article. I should have brought it to Eli right then and there, but I knew he would want to destroy it. I'm a collector of things. It seemed too important to allow it to be destroyed. Let's see how naive that was now. This casket is far more dangerous than anything I've come across before. And now I hear they are looking for it with their black eyes. Either I need to keep them out of the museum, or bring the casket here to Strange Antiquities and hide it in one of its secret places. Oh. Okay. So we can either give it a, give him a Dread Vivant. A Drevivant is the only way to handle some of the more dangerous artifacts. It can siphon power away from oneself for a time. The power rising up off a Drevivant is subtle but noticeably invigorating. These objects represent the balance of life and death, of good and evil, of hope and despair. Or a Lunima. A Lunima, also called a moon pool or a heart of tranquility, harnesses the power of the elements to create an aura of unease. They can be used to keep people away from places they are not welcome. There is a superstition among thaumaturges that says that a Lunima should not be used when the moon is full. It is not known where this idea comes from. Alright, chat. It's pool time. Dread, Vivant, or Lunima. Alright, there's 1 minute. Polls live if you're over on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, sorry. Right? Drevivant would appear to be bringing it here to Strange Antiquities. Lunima would be keeping it in the museum, which has clearly been going great for everybody. Right. Clearly bringing the Giga Cursed object to us is definitely better. Yep. Trust. Don't worry about it. Nothing bad can ever happen. We're the protagonists. There's no universe where we get killed. Well, but chat's will is supreme. Ignore that we're on the last day of the calendar. Exactly. Absolutely. Hey, what's up? There's an uneasy quiet in town today. There aren't many people out and about. I'm heading straight home as soon as I'm done with my deliveries. Yeah, town's bad. I've recently come into possession of a number of texts on the subject of arcane artifacts. You are welcome to them if they are any use to you. And if I don't hear from you, then I will donate them to the library across the street. Alright. Several of the scrolls look promising, but they're written in the Dradic script, and my understanding is too rudimentary to make use of them. If Verona was around, I'm sure she could translate them, but she isn't. And I can't. Don't we have Babel? Babel. Yeah, Babelia. The effect of the Babelia makes my head spin and I close my eyes tight for a moment as my mind catches up. The pages swirl and blur in front of me, the letters and words floating in and out of focus. After a time, I find that I can read them, though it takes some effort, and I feel drained as I reach the end. All hail the language rock. Anna Bryant. With all that's been happening in Undermere, I picked the worst week to lose my Bridget term. I hope you have one I can replace it with. Let's see what we can do. I think this is our first actual run into Bridget. Powerful item that offers hope in times of worry, protection in times of darkness, and wisdom in times of uncertainty. It wields the power of the Mother, the Maiden, and the Crone, the Wiccan triple goddess. I'm so sad. Chat. Chat, I'm so sad. Okay, Wicca. And the triple goddess. Chat, is everyone already sufficiently angry at Robert Graves that I don't need to do this? Yeah. Because, like, I'd love to not have to. That's all various weather stuff. I guess I should just look up... No, this is literally the triple goddess symbol. What am I doing? That just is the triple goddess. So, Robert Graves exists. He wrote a book called The White Goddess. I'm sorry, I did not intend to be away for so long. I trust the shop has not been too much trouble to look after in my absence. I have learned a lot from my time in Oxford. There's a powerful dark article here in Undermere called the Nalian Casket. And now you're telling me that my foolish half-wit of a brother has had it in his museum the whole time? I know how to destroy it, but it's not going to be easy. Whatever happens, it must not be opened. We will need to create a Pillar of Colaris. From what I gather, such a feat has not been attempted in over 500 years. I just hope there's enough time to prepare. I'm afraid I can't stay, but I'll be back as soon as I can. A Pillar of Colaris is a powerful blast of energy that can consume the darkness. In my opinion, it is the safest way to destroy powerful dark articles. It can only be produced at a place of significant thaumic convergence. Strength and weakness, light and darkness. Align the opposing powers at opposing compass points. With Korchin's light, the strong will be made weak, and the dark will be made light. Well, crap. Light of Korchin. We need to identify that. Huh. I don't know that we have one. I don't know that we have one. Noctic, you say, though. That's all the way down. That's one up. So that's the swirly. That's the swirly, that guy. Isn't Korchin the snake goddess? Wait, isn't Korchin the... Korchin appears in one other spot, right? With the Osik ring. I'm 100% sure that that's what that is. Okay. Strength and weakness, light and darkness. Well, we've got a Ordinance. And we've got a Witherance. Yeah, the Amphesian Heart is a cult. So the Amphesian Talon, which also has a snake motive, is related to them. Okay, so we've got Fortins and Witherings. What other... Light and darkness. Is it a no, I don't like that. I do like the Sun Bond. I do like the Sun Bond as an item in this. No, because there's 5 items I need. Right? We got 4 items that go on the compass points and the Light of Caution that goes in the center. I don't know what the cloak. Tenebrine cloak. If I had to take a guess, it's those 5 items. What? I've had my energy drained by some disturbingly evil power. For days now, I felt tired and frail. Then today I found something that horrified me. Beneath my bed, I discovered a carved wooden effigy with a strange symbol painted on it. I don't know who has done this to me, but all I want for now is to lift this feeling of weakness. Alright. Curses and their effects. Nope. So it seems to me that, when in doubt, a Fortinace is going to be helpful to you. Because, like, it sounded like someone hit you with a Witherance. Sucks real bad for you, but... I would like a Bloodbeck. The nameless ones are restless. I am ready to hear their voices. You know, for being an antique store owner, I feel much more akin to a public librarian in this game. Oh, cool. It whispers. I was afraid of that. There you go. Have fun. Right, and what I mean by that... Corchena. These are used to call on the guile and wisdom of the... wisdom of the goddess Corchin, goddess of earth, creation, and rebirth. Hence the snake motive, because snakes are associated with rebirth because they shed their skin. I went to move the casket, but it's gone. What do we do? I heard Eli is back in town, but he hasn't come to see me, and he's not here. I don't know where to find him. Oh god, what do we do? Well, hopefully that shelf is enough. Hopefully that shelf is enough. Because I've done what I can. It festered and pulsated until it could no longer be contained. Some part of it reached out from the darkness, creating eyes so that it might find itself, and hands that it might open itself. The casket wanted to be opened. The library. I lie below books and scrolls on the esoteric and the arcane. Day 18. Aww. That didn't count? That wasn't right? Fine. Again, what? What's the floor below? Oh, now you're cooking. Aww. Entering the library, you're drawn to a dark alcove round to the right. Okay, at the very end of the shelf. So you're cooking, I just messed up. Eh? How far down does this? There you go. As I open the door, I'm hit by the musty smell of damp. Nice work. And then, so that just leaves like really one thing. I really don't know what this one does. You know, I really don't know how to do this one. Because there's only so many stone circles. What is the pit? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Anyway, I said I feel like a public librarian here. In that it seems that my job, and the job of every public librarian, is to provide information. Right? Someone comes in with a request. My job is not to tell them whether they are right or wrong for feeling that request. My, cute. My job is to get you information. Similarly, here at Strange Antiquities, our job seems to be getting you the object you ask for, or getting you the object that will do the thing you want it to do. And our opportunities for intervention are really, really limited. God damn it. Did I not? I didn't want to do that. I didn't realize that was what was going to happen. I didn't realize that was going to happen. Eli, can you over... Yep, your brother went missing. Good they didn't find what they were looking for. You moved the thing, yeah. Uh-huh. But we can't leave, safe for now, but we can't leave it here. What instructions to access the vault in the secret drawer? Oh, this is a fascinating UI situation, right? Candle that gives off no light. An anchor that has never touched the ocean. A finger but not a flesh. Um... I don't think this is how this is supposed to work. Could be the hand. I just wanted to see if finger was a, if there was anything that was named finger. Could be the Amphesian talon as well. Though that seems suspiciously flesh-like, you know? Moonstone Guardian, Nephroconate Pitch, Resonance, Selenic Section, Shin, Silent Breath, Sleep Vessel, Solar Spirit Fault, Sunbond, Thumb, McNeil, Torment's Blind. Witch's Finger. I have no idea which one's a witch's finger, actually. Like, I don't have very many unidentified things. And that's one of them. So, well, time to look for a symbology up for pain. That's fear. Fire, water. I didn't realize that was going to be an end game. Oh boy. Feeling of disquiet lances through your body. No? This is a witch's symbol. Fascinating. How? Got it. Now that I know what to do with that now. No! This is so sad. I thought I managed to cheat our way out of this. I thought we managed to cheat our way through. Can I restart the day? Yes. Cool. Cool. That's fine. This was nearly so spicy. Uh-huh. Cool, so we know for a fact that it is the candle, the shadow anchor, and the witch's hand. And we know that that's this Which is that one, that one, that one. I was so scared. Because I super didn't want the insane priest ending. Maybe I'm gonna hide this. I'm gonna hide this under the cabinet. Okay. Hi. How you doing? The lake has turned black. As always go, I'd say that's probably quite a bad one. But the mail won't deliver itself. I mean, dedication? I found this note in an old writing desk up at Gleason Castle. I expect it will mean more to you. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. Yeah, that does mean something to me, actually. Fear is that guy. Fear in autumn. I searched the room at the foot of the western tower quite thoroughly before finding a stash of papers. To my dismay, they're largely the scrawlings of a madman, but amongst the nonsense, there is some valuable information. I mean, I'd say we put it in jail, but we can't actually do that. Storm Ward and something else. Hi, Barden, how you doing, bud? I have discovered the missing piece of the puzzle. There's an ancient shrine to the nameless gods at the skull of Blancathra. Seems humanity tried worshipping them once, long ago, before we learned how little they care for us. We must take the casket there. Whatever happens, we must not allow it to be opened. So there's another ending. Right. I could go there. I could go to the Standing Stones. Hi! I didn't trust Barden. It's time to end this. Now, bring the casket to the pit. Okie doke, boss! The sun is low in the sky as we arrive at the pit, casting a warm light across the treetops and the open fields. A solitary raven cries out from the tree line and I look to the skies. But they are empty. The pit itself is an ominous sight that the otherwise serene atmosphere can do nothing to diminish. It is a scorched black hole perhaps 5 meters in diameter that has an unnatural look to it. This is a site of thaumic convergence. It is no simple thing to destroy an object of this kind. We need to set up opposing powers at opposing compass points. Strength and weakness, light and darkness. And finally we need the light of Korkan to bind them. Strength and weakness. Darkness, light. Eli inspects my work. His face shows little emotion, but he seems satisfied. By now, the sun has finished setting and only a hint of red afterglow remains in the darkening sky. The raven croaks his mournful cry once again, but this time there is a reply. And then another. I look up and see several dark shapes circling above. Quickly now, they're here. I spin round to follow Eli's gaze, and my pulse quickens as I look out across the field. A large group of shadowy figures is walking steadily towards us. We can't see their faces at this distance in the low light, but I'd be willing to bet that every one of them has pools of midnight for eyes. In the sky above, the ravens continue to grow in number, and their caws and cries get louder and louder. I look down at the black object in my hands. Such a small thing, and yet its seductive power is impossible to ignore. It wants to be opened. Suddenly it feels inevitable. The casket! Now! But I'm not sure I want to give it to him. The wave of intoxicating power washes over me, but I hold strong against it. I hand over the casket, and together we begin activating the items arranged around the pit. Working as fast as we can, it still takes longer than we'd like, and when I look up again, the thaumaturge has fear in his eyes. We're too late. The mob is upon us. One of them grabs Eli and tries to wrestle the casket from his hands. I rush across to help him, but it's no use. They are all around us. The man tears the casket free and it clatters to the floor, skittering towards the edge of the pit before coming to the rest on the precipice. A gray-haired woman stoops to pick it up, and I am surprised to find that I recognize her. It's Verona Green, the occult scholar. The mob cheers, but Verona turns to me and I am no longer afraid. Her eyes are ringed with darkness, but they are not black. Back from the dead. She winks at me and throws the casket into the pit. At the same moment, Eli activates the light of Corkin. Time stands still, and then there is a rush and a roar as a swirling vortex of blue-green light races up out of the pit. The cask is sent soaring into the night sky, where it seems to hang for a moment, turning slowly in the air until, with a shrieking, splintering crash, it shatters into 1,000 pieces. And then there is nothing but smoke and the smell of ozone, and all is quiet. It has been a few weeks since the casket was destroyed, but I am still riding high on the elation and relief from that night. Everything seemed to come together right when it needed to, and somehow we avoided a terrible catastrophe. Those who were under the casket's spell were released almost immediately. They remember nothing from their ordeal, but there seems to be no lingering ill effects, and Dr. Robertson says they have all made a full recovery. It is rare for Eli to express much emotion, but even he congratulated me on my strength and resolve in the face of such darkness. He too felt the allure of the casket and was worried that it would overwhelm me. He told me with a hint of pride that I would make a fine thaumaturge. Eli White, alive, 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 alive. Alive, alive. Bonnie Robertson missing. She fled after trying and failing to murder Barton Potter, has not been seen since. Audrey Bell, deceased, murdered by her own bloodthirsty followers. Jack Hungerford, insane. He never recovered. His mind is forever broken. Thaddeus White is ashamed of the part he played. Simone Green is alive. And Jupiter is alive. Happy and safe. Well, that was just a freaking delight. Like, what am I supposed to say? Also, delightful. A casket holds things. What was in it, and is it now free? I think it got nuked. I'd say it got absolutely nuked. Hi, Tess. My father's suffering from organs insanity. His doctors have given up on him, but Dr. Robertson have told me there might be a way to save him. She said it might be possible to stop the infection spreading by cutting the poisonous thoughts from his mind, but she said it was beyond her skill. Yeah. Gosh. I mean, yeah. Gemstone, 3 different gemstones in this thing. One of our few unidentified objects. I don't know that we have one. Wait, heck. Do we just not have a divergent hook? Oh no, we've got one right here. Sorry, I'm stupid. Peggy Grafton. There's an old hermit living about past Wastwater who barely comes into town. He rings the list now and then for odd things. This time he wants something that will pull water from thin air. No idea if he's mad or onto something, but I said I'd ask around. Huh. Well. Lighter than an evacant by half. I've got an evacant though. Somewhere. Well, I suppose let me figure out how heavy an evocant is using our weights. An evocant is... Oh wait, duh. An evocant is precisely 1 pound. That's kind of a feature of an evocant. So we're looking for something that's exactly a half a pound. You bet it's the red jar? It's actually probably not the red jar. I actually suspect it's this. The aquamarine gave it away. Cecil Bateman. My lungs are shot. My doctors have told me to settle my affairs, but I'm not ready to give up. I heard a local story about the Witch of Undermere and her healing abilities. They say it's dangerous and painful, but sometimes it works. I got you, fam. My farm's diseased, my crops were told that even the animals are uneasy. My old man says the earth's angry, so I should call upon Corshun for wisdom and blessings. Can you help? The land's all I've got. It's a Corchena. What can I do for you with a Corchena? These are not always apparent, but they exude an imposing aura that is hard to explain. Okie dokie. So, snake motive would be a good first step. Something with jade in it would be a good second step. Martha Chapman, what's up? I collect rare artifacts, especially those, shall we say, questionable uses. A weaving edge has always fascinated me. I don't plan on using it, have I no blood magic, old traditions. I simply must have it. I'm gonna bet it's the knife. I'm going to, like, cold read it's the knife. Oh. That's delightful. You skip by up one of the clues as you can visit the church the witch lives at, and the priest mentions it's the nickname of the ancient yew tree on the property. Phenomenal. Love that so much. And this is a great oak, which is what this is, being a reference to Gaulish paganism, and then revivals thereof, and Julius Caesar's description of the great oaks, and Charlemagne destroying the great oak at Irminsul. So a whole nexus of Gaulish and Germanic traditions underlying a great oak, used heavily in Wicca and revival ceremonies as the world tree. I've read the Tales of Calaris from cover to cover. I was surprised to learn some of the powers he could wield. Did you know that he could walk through walls? I read he used a water shadow, but we've lost knowledge of how it work over the years. I don't expect I'll get very far, but I like to study one all the same. Water's shadow, you said. The island cells are often uninteresting, producing only a faint thaumic field. Huh. That's quite strong. So that's not it. That's pretty faint. Is it the little guy? It might be the little guy. Oh, wouldn't it be great if it's the little guy? Yeah! Yeah! Little guy. Little guy. This seems to just be a way for us to fill out our thing. I've been studying old text, references to things hidden beneath the surface of our world. They mention the use of a spirit eye to see beyond the black veil. It's something I'd like to experience for myself. Alright. There you go, have fun. My grandmother followed the old ways. She kept a Dradic altar in the cellar. She believed in asking for nature's blessing. I found a note about a ritual, but needs an argyle. Seems like a place to find one. Yeah, if I could figure out freaking anything about an argyle. You know. Cool. I mean, I want to get everything marked out because I want to get everything marked out. Triangle. Big circle. Oh, little guy. You're gonna hang up there. Is it that one? And that one? Okay, so that's that. That's not Dradic. That is. That makes sense. This makes sense that the one with all the weather in it. Oh. Oops. I messed up. I messed up bad. But like that made sense. Oh, shush. I work the riverbed searching for stones, amethyst, jade, maybe vivianite if I'm lucky. Hard to spot them in the muck. But I heard about these remnants, like you feel the glimmer through the dirt. Worth a shot. Ares remnant, where are you? Where did I put my Ares remnant? I haven't seen it in a while. Am I stupid? I might be foolish. Not on the, there it is. Good God. Yup. Took me a while. Thomas Pope again. I've had a bit of a snag and I've had to shut down the quarry. Our dynamite suppliers had a little accident. I'll spare you the details. Short term, up and running again. It's not, it's a pit, isn't it? Dradic, Diurnic, and Noctic. The giant bird skull. My thesis on the psychology of fear, but books can only take me so far. I need to feel it properly. Yeah, I guess I can do that. This is stupid. You shouldn't, any single material except wood or clay. Is it that? Yeah. We're so close to finishing ourselves out. I'm not trying to hurt anyone, just shift their thinking a little. Morgan's Folly, isn't it? Da 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 da. Yeah, I got you, but you shouldn't use this. I really just want to finish getting these last few things marked. You know? Sons are under control. Jail doesn't teach him anything. A year behind bars and they come back worse. Binding seed, binding seed, binding seed. You're gonna have a great time. They're gonna feel terrible about it. There's a lawman snooping around the blacksmith guild. Can't have him poking into parts of the business they're not supposed to if you catch me. You need a way to keep him out. I got just the thing for you. Give me a sec. It's one of the few I haven't done. A Lunima. Let's put the handful of stuff I haven't identified just out on the counter. Nothing bad can happen from that. Am I really down to just like 3 things I haven't ID'd? 1. Well, okay, that one doesn't count. 2, 3, 4. Cool. Yeah, there are just a very small handful of things. Tell me about the shin. Made using materials with connection to the ocean. So that's the shin. So that's the shin. In fact, let's mark it as such. That's the other one we haven't had to do yet. So that leaves... I've got only 2 guesses. But, like, this doesn't seem like it has very moon symbols. Like, those are all weathery symbols. So that seems more promising. Not that that's still particularly moonlight. Well, you know... I guess I could just say, what's the Selenic field pattern look like? Triangle, big circle on the bottom. Big circle there. Small circle there. That's the double helix. Which you produce. Do you also produce it? No. There we go. Come on. Fill us out here. Pain, no memory of her. Alright, we'll have that. Goodbye. Nice, that's legitimately a process of elimination 1. I think that's awesome. My brother captains a small fishing vessel in Havrig. There was a big storm last month and 2 boats never came home. Uh-huh. I got just the thing for you. And, come on. Fill us out, David. No, don't do the rain again. Soak to the bone. Few bones to spare if you throw away to keep me dry. I don't know what this is, but there you go. Have fun. A storm ward. Makes sense. And with that, I am done. Time for a well-earned rest. Right after I give Jupiter one last scratch behind the ears. Oh, it's so rumbly. Alright. Well, that was just a freaking delight, wasn't it? What a lovely game. Nice, short, sweet, to the point. Lots of endings we did not see. Like, at least 4? At least 4 endings that we did not see, that we definitely could have gotten. Bardens, the Holger cult. What if it was our Precious? And what if we didn't save Verona? So, things have gone real nasty for us, real bad. So, if you want to play this game yourself, I think there is plenty of stuff to do for you. But that'll do us for us today. We will actually be back We'll be back Friday. We'll have 3 streams next week because I'm taking Friday off of work. So 3 streams, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, same time, same place. So I hope you all join us for those. I haven't figured out what those are yet, but we'll do, you know. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I'll let you know. I need to have myself a little thing. So I'll let you know over in the Discord. Make sure you're over there if you aren't already to be notified for everything we do. Let's go see if there's anyone to raid over to. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like all of our usual people, our usual folks who do history and educational content are all out of there. So done for the night already. So we'll simply be done here as well. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll roll the credits and then we'll get everyone on their way. All right. Bye-bye. Extra special thanks to our patrons on the side of the screen over there. They make this possible, and you can join them by clicking on the link there. Also thanks to Rainier VT, Misty Pup VT, and Rioanne for the subscriptions, and Emmett and Alex for the subs and the gift sub from this dude. Also, Rioanne, thank you so much for the raid. It was a pleasure to meet you, a pleasure to have you over here. That does it for us tonight, so stay well. We will see you again next weekend. All right? Bye-bye.